Good morning, everybody, and welcome to United21 Season 20. We've got the first lower bracket games here of the playoffs. And, well, there's some surprising names in this lower bracket considering the results of the group stage. We've got three teams who topped their group, came first in the four groups, who are facing elimination. One of them is guaranteed to be eliminated as well because Anonimo and Hymo, which is the first game coming up, Anonimo topped Group A, Hymo topped Group B, yet now one of them is going to be eliminated already in the playoffs, in the lower bracket, in the first round. You can see the overall bracket here. We can see earlier, Hymo, they themselves lost to LNG. Hymo were kind of missing, to be honest, in that series. It was a bit lackluster performance, only really winning off any individual firepower, mostly off of Upi. Anonimo themselves as well also lost to Illuma. That was a 2-1. That's how they find themselves into the lower bracket here. Now, most surprisingly is NAVI Junior, who will be playing later today against Viperio. NAVI Junior, they won last season. A flawless win in an upper bracket streak in Season 19. They even managed to top their group here in Season 20 of Group C. And then they managed to lose out to Preezy. Preezy, a team who have been struggling. They're the team who have just been trying to get their fingertips on some victories here in United21. Yeah, they managed to take down the previous winners. And it's NAVI Junior down in the lower bracket facing elimination against the likes of Viperio. Now, moving on to the first game of the day. As mentioned beforehand, Hymo versus Anonimo. We've already got the veto up on your screen. Inferno, Vertigo ban, Ancient and Nuke pick, and Noobs and Dusty banned with a Mirage Decider. So Ancient, Nuke, Mirage. Those are the maps. Keep those in mind. Ancient and Nuke are the first picks for both of these two teams, so they're the most comfortable map, so there's no sort of trickery going on in the veto. It's a simple case of Anonimo pick their favourite map, and Hymo also pick their favourite map in Ancient and Nuke. Interestingly, looking at the pick rate for Hymo, Nuke, while it is their most picked, Ancient is their second most picked, so perhaps a bit of comfort there, but again, from what we've seen so far, their map pool isn't too strong. They've struggled a lot on the games that they do have on HLTV, and they're going to have to get over that hump on Ancient against Anonimo first here, and ready with a pistol round already. Hymo starting on that CT side, Anonimo on the T. Now Hymo, we saw them again the previous match that they played earlier against LNG a couple of days ago. It was their CT side which looked a bit strong. Their T side severely let them down. So we'll see if they can get themselves off to a good start here. Exist going to be finding the opening though. Anonimo coming out on top. We've got a quick flank coming in from Arvid, but the A site is currently open for business for Anonimo to get this bomb planted safely. Hymo set themselves up for retake, looking to try and get control of Donut. Arvid going to be successful in finding ground. In fact, Exist is going to double up. Upi, star player for Hymo, dinked down to 8 HP, and he's already getting out there. He's already saving. 3 versus 5. No kit in play. Very little chance to successfully go for a retake. Wykis is going to get a couple kills on the hunting Anonimo players, but for the most part, Hymo are just going to save the Kevlar. Wykis, that is Jape sticking around. Got to be careful of the large explosion radius of the bomb here on Ancient. But yeah, you lose 2 players. Upi gets dinked, and immediately as soon as he takes damage, goes down to 8 points of health, he turns around. And you can see the benefits of that save, right? It's not often that you think in a pistol round, oh, you've not got much to save, but at the moment in the meta, that one thing which is a bit of a talking point is the CTs, if they lose the pistol, they have choosing to go for the force buy because they saved that extra piece of Kevlar on a couple players, on Upi and on Jape, I believe. It means that they've got to afford that extra FAMAS here, an extra rifle in play, but it's the MAC-10, the SMG over on Anonimo, which is going to find the opening kill. They're already accelerating here. With little resistance, Wellho falls down by the wayside very quickly. Jake, but that FAMAS is finally going to activate, but it's only the lurker of Nami that's been removed. And Hymo should be looking to save already. They've lost their 2 players who had Kevlar and pistol, had 5.7s brought up behind their armour. So 3 players who have the primary weapons that are saving. So there's certainly something to scavenge here. Nonomo should, or rather Hymo certainly should be on an eco next round. So saving the MP9, the FAMAS, the Scout would give them a much greater opportunity to contest for a 3rd round. See a bit of a half investment, upgraded pistols, dropped over to Arvid. Still will be that eco surrounded these primary weapons, but Nonomo, they've gone for 2 A splits in a row. Now they're just going straight in towards A main. Blanket of utility covering the extremities of the site, the external choke points of Donut and CT. Molotovs blanketing Temple. Wellho is able to find one through the smoke, but that weapon I don't think will be retrievable, and Hymo might be looking to save here. It's just 1 by 1 at this point. They're fighting through the edges of the smoke, and Onomo with the greater weapons just winning all the fights pretty much. Now one thing we can already notice again, 3 rounds have played, and all 3 Onomo have hit that A site, where Wellho is the lone defender. Wellho was a player who very much struggled in the previous best of 3 for Hymo, up against, I believe it was LNG. Wellho was very easily isolated. He was often on his own. Even on the T side, he was just constantly on his own, constantly lurking out, struggling to find impact. He was a player which Onomo could have highlighted as one that's perhaps easy to pick on, easy to abuse, easy to isolate. But here in the first buy round, mid control is going to be the name of the game, and Onomo looking to go for a split. 2 players coming in through heaven, 2 players off of that contact, walk through the mid smoke. Jake isn't there to try and hold down the smoke, and he's first Molotov missed, but the second one won't. He's flashed out. It's good for a kill before being traded though. Man advantage maintained for Hymo. All 3 players, I like this, proactive. All 3 players grouping together, looking to take the fight together, using their numbers as an advantage. There you go, Enzo falls. Morales looks to go for a spray, but there's too many players on his screen. Hymo will get their first round on the board. And number 5. And still with plenty of cash to go for this investment. They've emptied their bank account somewhat to afford this. Hymo also somewhat on the ropes. It's another aggressive mid-hold for Hymo. Playing towards the bottom, locking out the trip point of elbow. But Enzo immediately domes Wellho. Nami also takes down Jake with a beautiful flashbang. Hymo attempting to hold mid, immediately the 2 players fall. Wykis now looks to get proactive as a reaction, and he does find exist. Isolates a lone player, picks him off. But man advantage still goes Anonymo's way, and they're just creeping out, using a body system, walking out towards cave, and they catch Arvid, back turned, also looking to go for a proactive play on the ramp. It is his undoing, and Enzo's got in a very forward position. I don't think Hymo are going to expect this, but it doesn't matter, they're just going to look to save. Oh, they line up! But Enzo can't quite finish off Upi. But information gathered, Upi on low HP. And Anonymo know that the financial situation for Hymo isn't great. They've only won 1 single round, with 2 players surviving on it. If they remove this rifle... And, ooh, bit of a missed spray there from Darshville. He only had to land 1 bullet. Upi finds the right timing to swing. It also gives him reprieve, some sort of exit. A pathway. He's actually being hunted down here. He's decided to sit in a hold. He's going to find another headshot. Upi's doing a lot of damage here. Nami is going to spot him and eventually will dispatch of him. That's a lot of damage done to Anonymo's economy. simply because they wanted to hunt. They wanted to try and take down this rifle of Upi, and they're successful in doing that. They've removed it. Jaime will now certainly be on an eco. You might see an upgrade bought up by a couple of players. In fact, no, 2 players are going to be forcing up. This is a dangerous investment if Jaime follow through. Okay, this is a really strange buy. They've forced 2 M4A1Ss. Everyone else is eco. If the plan is to buy next round, Jape and Upi won't be able to invest unless somebody saves 1 rifle. I can guess that they're thinking that they did so much damage to an Onomo in the previous round that they want to try and break them here. They know that if they do end up winning this round, they'll do a lot of damage, then they'll be compromising the Onomo side, but... Well, okay, there we go. The M4s get involved. The crossfire established. Anonimo baited up in towards the site by the first couple pistol players falling down by the wayside. And Upi's found a triple kill. I completely eat my words. There's a single 2 M4s invested. What's going to win this round? Upi's going to make it a quad. He was by far head and shoulders above his teammates, statistically speaking at least, against LNG. Albeit a lot of his kills came from stat padding. He was hunting for all the exit frags, all the eco kills that he could in that game. But there were some rounds where he found impact with 4Ks like that. Certainly made the difference. And it's paid off. The whole entire plan of going for those 2 hero M4s was this. Look at Anonymous economy now. They're working with pistols on 3 players. 1 singular AK, 1 singular Galil. Flash comes out toward mid, but Welho, he can't hold strong. Fluffs his spray massively. Will get traded by Upi, but Upi falls to the Tech 9. Won't be getting any multi-kills this round. Jaime are going to have to do it on their own. Jape, AK. Lands the headshot towards Enzo. Stops Enzo pushing up in a solo play. And that was a very risky play from Enzo. I've just seen he walked up solo, up the ramp with the bomb in hand. Now Arvid has finished off Darsheville. This is throwing a massive span in the works for Anonimo. That single play from Enzo in a 4-on-3 with a man advantage. And he's just walked up ramp with the bomb on his own. And that's it. The round's just basically been thrown away at that point. You've lost your advantage. You've lost the bomb. You're now going to try and recover it. Unless Morales can find some dirty headshots. He's found one on top towards Arvid. Managed to retrieve that bomb. 30 seconds. And he's just sprinting out of there. He's going for the long gamble rotate straight towards that A site. Hoping he can reset. But no. Oh, he second guessed himself. Tried to make a step to bait it in, but there's 2 players lying in wait. Even if he gets past Jake here, which is not even going to be the case. Would have had Wykis to deal with already. Yeah, the only reason I can think for Enzo going for that play there is because Upi, who was spotted in towards cave, who died towards cave, Upi is normally sort of the B anchor. It's between him and Arvid on that B site. I think they play relatively spawn-based, so they might have been fooled into thinking Upi's the B anchor, and if he's died in towards cave, then the B site must be open, but it wasn't. Regardless, it's super high risk for Enzo to be going for that play with the bomb on his back, of all things. Anonimo, finding the bank's broken, they're going to be going for a full Glock round, where they're just going to rush this A-bomb site, hope to get this bomb planted, and... oh, just denied. I think a second longer and Exist would have got that. That would have been a nice $600 injection into their bank accounts per player. So would have given them a couple more grenades. See, they've only managed to afford 2 Molotovs. Molotovs are very useful on this map, especially over towards B. I mean, first comes to mind is obviously the CT Molotovs that are thrown, but on the T side, using them to clear out cave, to flush out all these angles, these hiding spots, these corners. You've got to be much more efficient with your utility usage when you're lacking grenades. Again, Anonimo, they just split middle. Imo struggle to hold on to it. They lose it at the cost of a player. It's a 1-for-1 trade, which again goes in the favour of the T-sides. But Jape has somehow gone behind here. I just realised that he was the one who actually got the kill because he pushed A main. He was the one who got that first kill, and it's another 1-for-1. He gets the information that the bomb is down and that there are 2 players towards the bottom of mid. That means UP can take this fight towards slope knowing that at most there's only 1 player. It's a 1 versus 1 fight. White Kiss, beautiful shot from Red Room over the top of the smokes to find Dashville. And it's just 2 low HP players for Anonymo now. A man disadvantage. Just going to be grouping up, shifting towards B site. But again, Wellho has filled that void that Jape made, and they're going to be walking through the smoke. Up against an orb, and Wykis will find the quad kill, puts him up to 10. One round lead for Hymo. The last 6 rounds, they've won 5 of them. It's a good streak. They're likely to win another. As Anonymo are working with upgraded pistols, Kevlar. Decent amount of utility. This reads to me like a set piece over towards the B site. All 5 players coming in through the B doors. Smoke towards long. It's going to block UP's vision. Exist. Tries to find the timing to walk through the smoke, hoping to catch Arvid rotating, but he's a little bit too early. Will be traded by Enzo. That is the B site belonging now to Anonymo. They also have caves, so they've got a decent post-plant position, as well as an M4 picked up. This is how these rounds can snowball. Got bomb planted, and a rifle that they otherwise wouldn't have had. They're going to be taking the fights on their terms with the Tech 9s, pushing up towards short, but there's Wellho finds a double. Maybe Dashville, who's going in for sort of this close-in lurk, but this lurk play that he's made, pinned entirely on his teammates on the site having some success. He's just going to turn around and save his Kevlar in the Tech 9. Now, Anonymo, they found their initial success the first 3 rounds by using that A bomb site. 2 A splits and then an A rush. Since then, they've kind of struggled unless they find the immediate opening kills. And the thing is, if they play these slower rounds, or if they go towards B, they give the players of Hoopy or Wykis the ability to find the multi-frags, find the hero plays. That's really all the Hymo have going for them for the most part. Oh, Enzo going for an AWP pick with the spawn, but flicks above Arvid's head, and Arvid is going to find the multi-kill before being silenced. Rails doesn't try and capitalise on towards mid, but he walks in towards Wykis' crosshair. The round is falling apart for Anonymo. Dash was just on 1 point of health. We're going to try and split this B-bomb site. If Exist clears this cubby, he should be able to get a free kill, but Wellho pivots around. Finds the headshot. Scope heard from Dashville. Upi takes the timing. Strong 7 round start already for Hymo. As we enter the final round of the half. Not the greatest investment for Anonymo, but again, they're setting their sights towards this B-bomb site. The Hymo have started leaving mid-control. They're stacking this B-bomb site with 3 players, and it's Arvid. It's going to find them in the back uncleared. It's just a mow down. You can see all the bodies, the ragdolls lying at the top of that slope. That T-side really fell apart for Anonymo after correctly abusing that A-bomb site 3 rounds in a row. Then what? They have nothing. They weren't able to identify how Hymo were playing. Anonymo was successfully taking mid, right? They were trading out. They'd get a man advantage quite often when they'd get mid control, when they'd fight for mid. But Jaime figured that out, so they said, okay, let's just stop fighting for mid. We won't lose players that way. Stack that B bomb site, go for a 2-3 setup, 2 towards A, 3 towards B. You can play reactive towards mid, you can retake it mid-round if you want to. And that just meant that Anonymous, if they weren't successful at closing out rounds once they got those advantages in mid, they'd start setting their sights towards the extremities, and for some reason they forgot the A bomb site. They just kept trying to hit B where there's 3 players stacked, and it's the stronger players for Jaime. But now we swap over. We'll see if Jaime have improved their T side compared to a couple days ago. Looks to be a fast play up towards this B bomb site. Only 2 players lying wait. Navi's going to get one before falling back through the smoke. Darshville will get overwhelmed towards long. And Enzo, oh, Jape just pivots around a 180 instant headshot. Enzo's going to be kicking himself. Now they look to fight towards long. It's a wide swing with 3 players and they mop up. It's just Nami in a 1 versus 4. And he was the first player to get a frag in this round. His location known. And he can't even land a single shot on towards Jape, who's going to collect the quad kill. Pistol round start is what Jaime needed again. Their T side is very lackluster. We identified the flaws that Anonymous had in the last half, but Jaime, they have very little going for them. At least they did 2 days ago. That could have been just an off day. But it's very individualistic, and that their defaults looked a lot like this. It was Welho being solo in towards middle. Arvid solo towards B, and then a 2-man play in towards A main. That was the majority of their rounds, but that's very thin. As far as the CTs are concerned, they can just take those fights on towards the solo mid, the solo B player. Play retake A. But, fortunately for Jaime, because they won that pistol round, Anonymous down on towards an eco. Jaime don't overextend. Arvid with that Mac 10 scouted out that B bomb site and has found it clear. Well, Hope is going to be holding down the rotations towards middle, and he's in fact going to mop up an extra 3 kills. Puts 4 to his name. Arvid gets the 5th. All 5 on Mac 10s. Farming some cash. Clean round for Jaime. Not much needed. A couple of frags there for Well Hope. Now Anonymous invests. It's the 3rd round buy. They're missing quite a lot of utility, to be honest. That's before the initial grenades are thrown. Wellho still with the Mac 10, and he successfully finds Morels. Doesn't take a point of damage until Navi comes behind, but Wellho with the Mac 10 is excelling. A player who's certainly a weak point for this Jaime team. Stepping up in spades here on this T side already. Eventually he's been dispatched, and he's done enough chaos. Caused enough damage in towards middle that this B-bomb site has 1 single defender, and he's already fallen down. Overwhelmed. And that's it. Anonymous just have to save. Existing Enzo clutching onto these M4s in the 2 versus 4. Just want to make sure that they can use them in the next round. .11-4, and again, this is Anonymous map pick. It's their preferred map. It's their first pick in most best of 3 series. They've lost their M4s. 2 that they were clutching onto. Going to be going for a force buy here. This would have been a much nicer force buy if they had saved those 2 rifles. Hymo successfully hunting them down. It means they're only up against SMGs. The MP9, nothing to be laughed at, but it's not quite an M4. See, the MP9's getting aggressive down the slope here. They push through, and the whiff spray there from UP, but Wellho coming in to clean up. Coming in leaps and bounds here on this T side. One-man advantage for Hymo. Slow things down. They just sit and wait, and the frags come their way. Anonymo try and take a couple fights. Leaves Morels 1 versus 4. We'll be hearing these steps in towards Donut. See if he can find the time to go for a flank. And we'll find the low HP Jape. Picks up the rifle, but it'll be a quick trade from Wycus. I'm now up onto map point. Another force buy from Normo. This time they're able to afford a couple M4s, that extra loss bonus. I think this is going to get messy. It's a 4-man fight in towards middle from Anonymo. Yet still, Wellho finds one before falling. And perhaps found a lot of information in the process. Identified how heavy they were fighting for mid, and now Hymo react over towards A. With the bomb. This step's heard. Hymo quick to rotate. Nami somehow lines up 2. But Jape's going to find a double of his own before being overwhelmed by the MP9. It's now just Oopie left in a 1 versus 2. But that entire time, his teammates were reacting towards A, were sprinting towards that site. He was still just sat at the B doors, hoping to see if he could hear a step or two of a B reaction. But nothing came. And therefore, he is now isolated from the site. He's got to make his way over towards this bomb. It's being defended by both Anonymo players. If he does have the utility to try and clear out A main. A smoke flash and a HE. Could try and smoke off at least one of these angles. Break apart the crossfire. Still paranoid about the possibility of someone playing on towards the site. But there we go, he spotted Darshville. It's the information he needs. By figuring that out, by figuring out that Darshville's holding this angle, he should figure out Exist is nearby. Goes in for the pre-fire, does land the first. And picks up the bomb as well. Falls back towards the site, 16 seconds. Drops the smoke, fakes the fuse. Oh, fakes the bomb, and just the edge of the smoke catches the head. The final play, it will be 13-4 after a 1 versus 2 clutch from Upi. An impressive victory from Hymo. I can't help but feel Anonymo kind of handed it to them in some way. I don't want to take any credit away from Hymo. Anonymo really struggled on that T side to actually identify where the weaknesses were for Hymo. But it's well fought from Hymo. They steamrolled. They saw that opportunity and they took it. And they didn't let it slip out of their fingers. 13-4 on their opponent's map pick. Will be moving on to Nuke, which is the map pick of Hymo, looking to close it out in 2. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to United21 Season 20. We've got the lower bracket round one game here. Anonimo versus Hymo. Both teams topped their group, but both teams are finding themselves being eliminated in the first round of playoffs. Hymo already one map up, a 13-4 strong victory, stealing Ancient away from Anonimo, and now we move on to their own map pick of Nuke. We'll see if Anonimo can fight back and take us to a third, or if Hymo about to close this out in two and send Anonimo home. Hymo starting on that T side. Already a Julie opening from Exist and Enzo. In fact, it's just a swarm of frags here from Anonimo. Top side hit for Hymo, falls short very quickly. Second round investment coming in from Hymo. Despite not getting that bomb plant, they're going to be going for Tech 9s and Kevlar. Seeing if they can repeat the success, or at least reattempt what they failed to do on that top side hit. The pop is good for one opening, but then they come swarming through. Dashville finds a couple of frags on the side before falling. And Wykiss throwing that supportive utility from outside the lobby. He will fall. Anonimo, despite losing that opening pick, despite getting overwhelmed on that top side, they hold strong. Hymo fail to sort of convert that initial engagement. It's going to be another force buy for Hymo. They don't even get the bomb plant. Yes, the 1 round increase of loss bonus does give them a stronger buy. They're able to get some SMG, some Mac 10s. Only a couple, some more utility. Are they just going to try and go for another top site hit? But it seems that Anonimo is sat waiting for it. The first flash is good. Exist does drop the Incendio to keep them out of the site. But it's the flash coming in from Squeaky that's cracked open this bomb site, and Wellho picking up that M4 does eventually fall. Nami is going to find 2. Good set morale for the 1 versus 2, but a beautiful headshot from Wykiss. Eventually the force buy pace off for Hymo. Anonimo then themselves going to attempt a force fight. A couple MP9s, M4. Even an AWP out for Enzo. The M4 getting aggressive. Morel's behind this back red box, but he's locked out with the smokes behind him, or rather locked in. There's no support. And he turns his back right as UP clears him. The single rifle doesn't find even a single point of damage for Hymo. Or for Anonimo, should I say. Hymo going to be dropping down towards Secret. A rotation has come in. 3 players down the vent now for Anonimo. They've read this. They've read this well. It's a simple round. But the thing is, this rifle's in play. It's a 1-for-1 trade. A lot of damage. Hymo get that information and they get out of dodge. Maintain that man advantage. Fall away. Disengage with that information. But Arvid gets a molly out as soon as he peeks. I am not sure why he did that, unless he accidentally pressed the wrong button in panic. So wall bang. Will land the tag, but will eventually be finished. Dashville now activates, but can't quite deny the bomb. Low HP on Jake, finishes him off. Into the 1 versus 1, both players are low. Bomb not planted for Wellhope, but he peeks. Spots that Dashville's no longer on the bomb. Dashville has no kit. He's going to have to go for a 10-second stick if he wants this. Wellhope counting down. We'll find him. I might pick up a second round, 2-2. Aggression here for Anonymous, going for another force buy. Just force buy wars here on Nuke. They go for aggression towards the lobby, but they're immediately shut down. Hymo find 3 quickly. Nami also down to 1 point of health. Upi given the freedom to go solo towards outside, but like ships in the night, Morels has managed to find his way past him in towards T-spawn now. Unless Morels can find multiple kills on this flank, at least 2, pick up a rifle, set themselves up in a 2 versus 2. Gotta find Wykiss back turned. Only find 1. In fact, there we go. There's the second. 2 versus 2, bomb dropped. Nami is in an awkward spot. Drops in, does spot Upi, but eventually will fall. And now the 2 Hymo players can focus their attention on towards Morel's location, just locking him out with utility. First the molly, then the smoke. Jake just going to sit and hold it. Those the Morels will walk through eventually. Hymo take that lead, and finally they've broken the back for Anonymous. Finally we're seeing one of these 2 teams go for an eco. There'll be plenty of Deagles though, some upgraded pistols. Again, Upi given his freedom to fight outside. Again, individualistically styled star player. Given a lot of freedom on this lineup, do as he pleases. But the Deagles are finding a couple kills here. Darshville's in fact doubled up. It's now just Jape in a 1 versus 2, location known. Not only that, but Anonymous are going to be able to pick up some of these rifles. Enzo, AK in hand. A minute on the clock. Jake, fortunately for him, does have the bomb. Managed to retrieve that. The issue is with a map like Nuke, there are very few positions, at least on the bomb sites, where you can just tuck yourself in, focus on one angle, and that's the only angle you have to hold. Especially on that top site on towards 8. No matter where you sit, you'll pretty much be vulnerable to someone coming in from behind you or to the side. Especially with the possibility of a heaven flank coming in. But no, Jake now as the time ticks low has to make some noise, start sprinting towards the ramp. Drop smoke on towards the site and we'll guarantee that bomb plant. Extra $600 cash per player from that Hymo side. Anonymous, their rotation comes in. They are attacking from 2 separate angles, which means their trade potential isn't the greatest. Jake spots the 1, spots the 2nd. Edge of the smoke, can't quite control the spray. It'll be Morels to come out on top. And Anonymous keep us in a tied game, 3-3, off the back of just Eagles. Hymo picked apart too easily on a slower round. We already saw from Hymo 3 rounds in a row they go for a top site pop, including the pistol. It was a coordinated set piece. They were successful on the 3rd time of trying. And they converted the rest of the force buys again, maintaining groups, a set goal in mind. First gun round, they chose to go for a lower hit, going towards secret. Whereas here they went for a bit more of almost a default style, just splitting up towards lobby, allowing Upi to take control outside, but in doing so they were all isolated, able to be picked off one by one. But now we see a bit more heavy presence towards outside. It's this 4-1 style of CS which we need, but utility is too strong for Anonymous. Hymo just going brute force outside. Consequently, they lose 2 players in the process. Now, Wellho has been able to get down the vent, so we can hold down the rotations there. We've also got the bomb down towards Secret. But Anonymous with the man advantage and that information that this is all a possibility. If they can just get NAVI down to this exact location here, towards the rafters or towards B. Everyone else can focus their attention towards the outside. Towards the top side, should I say. This is a strange off angle, especially with only one of the double doors opened. Widespin comes out, but NAVI can control that spray. Whips out the USP and even finds a second at that range. The Tech 9 struggles. Leaving Arvid 1 versus 4. Didn't really do anything to help his teammates activate down on the lower side. He was more so playing to cut off a rotate, to cause some chaos once they had some success. But if they don't find anything, don't find anything down on that lower side, Arvid is then essentially useless. And left in a 1 versus 3. Anonymous back in the lead, and finally, I hope at least, finally, Hymo will be ecoing. They're 4-3 down, and this will be the first eco round, 8 rounds in. Just a single smoke, 2 flashes. Set towards outside. Gold to go for perhaps a bit of a drop in towards main or a wrap round towards outside. But the damage and the HE is enough to finish him off. And then the Anonymous players, they just swarm. Mop up these ecos, but this entire time Wykis has been towards ramp ready for this rotation. And he's going to get a free bomb plant. Anonymous have taken that bait, hook, line and sinker. And what's so smart about that set round is it wasn't just an outside hit, right? It wasn't just 4 go outside, 1 go ramp. It's because the way they hit outside was because they smoked off main with 2 flashes. It clearly made it look like they were going for an outside wrap. They were going to try and fight towards CT. Otherwise, there's no reason for that ramp player to leave ramp. Because the ramp player, it has that rotation possibility, right? It's not just a simple anchor spot. It's also a rotation spot. If used correctly, you can rotate towards outside to give your teammates some support to defend a wrap, to defend CT spawn. And that's what Hymo targeted and forced that ramp rotation to come out. Giving them a free bomb plant, some extra cash now here for round 9. For some more grenades to work with. And it seems to be another set piece towards this top side. All 5 players towards the lobby. Not a single bit of presence towards outside beyond these 2 smokes. But Morel should be able to figure out exactly what's going on. Wellho going for the pop through the squeaky smoke. The flash is perfect, but Darsheville lands the double dink. Blind, or unblinded just in time. But fortunately, Jape has recovered, capitalising on that chaos through the hut and found the 2 kills, including that trade. Man advantage for Hymo. 4 versus 3. Bomb planted on the top side. Anonymous do have 2 kits, 2 flashes, and a smoke. A man disadvantage, an MP9 as well. NAVI has somehow managed to get his way out towards the vent. A flash, and oh, Enzo. Oh dear, Enzo. Bit of a fumble there. NAVI's able to capitalise and try and take some space off of the chaos that was made, and he's going to try and stick the bomb, but I will not let him get that ninja defuse off. We see a tactical timeout used for Hymo. I'm not sure how many tactical timeouts we actually saw in the first map, to be honest. I don't recall Anonymous using any, despite being a 13-4 down, so refreshing to see them being used there. Often a commodity that's wasted by a lot of teams, especially in the sort of this tier 2 realm. A lot of teams who don't have coaches, because at the end of the day, the coach is really the only action that they can take in a game is to take a timeout. It's the only physical, tangible thing they can do beyond talking. So players often neglect that with too many other opportunities or decisions to think about. But it's a resource that you can use, and it has value. Number 10. Much more back and forth game, but Upi's going to find the opening kill towards outside. It's heavy, aggressive towards Secret. Going to cause a rotation of not one but two players down here, but Wellho has come in through the back, and he's going to find two. Found the perfect timing to flank the rotation down the vent. He's on Exist and Darsheville. Exist is doing well, holding strong towards the ramp, and found two, but Darsheville has fallen. Upi, he was the one to find the opening towards outside. Now he's up to whatever he pleases, coming in towards lobby, catching off another rotation. Exist likely going to choose to save here. Anonimo, their funds are a little bit shaky in some areas. A little bit rough around the edges. So it would be just an added layer of security if Exist is able to save this rifle. He does have a kit and a smoke, so a defuse isn't out of the question if he wants to go for a last minute retake, but I think he's actually just sitting around to exits here, trying to farm some stats. Might be able to find Jape here, but the thing is, there's a player on the top side. In fact, no, Jape's just going to peek the corner. Exist, bit of a whiff. Five to 5. Tied up, 2 rounds left in the half. And Anonimo have been tempted to go for this force buy. I mentioned rough around the edges, meaning Nami and Darsheville are going to have to go for these MP9s. Their loss bonus not built up too extravagantly. We're able to get 2 M4s out and an AWP on Enzo, but again, we saw Envo missing a lot of crucial shots on Ancient and here on Nuke, but Heimer picking up the base. They're just charging towards this top site. And it's open. 2 kills immediately. Nami trying to rotate in through the lobby. Falls. Enzo tagged by that Molotov. It's all the information that Wykis needs to go for that peak. And it's Morel. Blink and you miss it. 1 versus 5. And he's even being hunted down. Upi coming in from ramp. Hymo certainly dictating the pace of this game right now. With their top site set pieces, the outside aggression. And this time the top site set piece was a full-on rush. Beforehand, their top site hits, their A site executes, have been pops. And pops through the smokes. That time was a full-on rush, not slowing down whatsoever. Catching Anonimo out or off guard before they could react. And now final round for the half, Anonimo working with full MP9s. SMGs limits their options available. They are actually completely vacating ramp right now. Just relying on this smoke to keep Hymo at bay for 20 seconds. The smoke has now just faded towards ramp. But a presence towards outside from Upi. Going to get the information that there are 2 players here, and even finds a kill on one of them. A reaction from Anonimo. Shifting in towards the hut with 2 players. They walk straight in towards the AK Wellho. Yeah, and they're just going to be whittled away one by one. Leaving Enzo to be traded. 7-5 half for Hymo, the most CT-sided map in the game, and Hymo have come out with 7 rounds, a lead by 2 on their T side. Wellho saw him having a lot of impact on the T side of Ancient. He's done the same here on Nuke, top of the scoreboard, 13 to 9. Just found those right timings to capitalise through the door. Whether it's timings of being popped through the squeaky smoke to hit for those top site hits, or finding those flanks down the vent. Going over Anonymous on this T side. Looks to be a fast, aggressive play towards this top site. Coming in towards the hut. But there's a stack in play. Well, pivots around to catch off Darshville. In fact, he's found a double kill. 4 kills in quick succession for the Hymo side. And Anonymous just leaves NAVI, who's throwing some utility for that top site hit. No Kevlar will find Upi. It's going to be a triple kill for Wellho. Padding those stats up towards 16 now. Top of the scoreboard even more so. Will be a force buy coming out from Anonymous. Again, no bomb plant. It will be going for the Tech 9s and Kevlar. And they're able to afford a cheeky Mac 10. But it's Morels who gets down into all secret. With the cover of those 3 smokes on his own. Hymo not going to bite on this rotation. Jape stays towards the top of ramp and catches the information. The 4 players from Anonymous popping there. Just going to charge straight in towards Hell. And Upi tries to spray them down. But the bullets landing between the players only good for 1. MP9 try and activate Hymo. Try and bolster this defense of this A site towards Squeaky. Trades coming in thick and fast, but it's Wykiss to find the double kill, leaving Morels 1 versus 2. Coming in from Squeaky, but the bomb is dropped in towards Heaven. Got a whole minute to recover this. It's not going to be easy. He's going to find Jade. Well hope. He'll just come up the vent, catch him, back turned. No clutch for Anonymous today. Another force buy comes out from Anonymous. This time, extra round of loss bonus. Gives them some potential, but it's Morels to find the opening. Again, this is just scrappy fights. Both the first half and here on the second half. For either side, just trades coming in back and forth. Damage done to Anonymous. A 3 versus 2 man advantage, and they get the bomb plant. Jape and Wykiss look to try and come in on these rotations. Darshville come out on top. Wykiss spotted, overwhelmed. It's a scrappy round from Anonymous, but that's exactly how Hymo fall. Hymo in a difficult spot here. Financially, at least. They're going to be working with 3 MP9s, 2 upgraded pistols on this force buy. Some speculative utility thrown in for Hymo. It's a bit of a crunching towards lobby. Anonymous anticipating the potential of such a play. The lobby lurk. Playing towards the top site, or top of the roof actually. Crossfire established down towards the double doors, and Wykiss is going to find 2 beautiful deagle headshots. Anonymous just falls straight in towards the trap. That's an interesting round. Anonymous know that Hymo have taken lobby. They know they've got all that information. They also know that Hymo have the information towards outside. They know that outside is clear. That means that Anonymous know that Hymo know that Anonymous are going to hit that lower site. Yet they do it anyway. They walk straight into the site where there's 2 players, bait and switch. And Eagle is going to be finding a double kill. Hymo up to double digits. Anonymous now tried to pick up the pace, going towards ramp, but the utility is enough to disperse the first two players, giving Jape a double kill. Whitekiss finds another spray down of his own. It's a messy fight on towards the ramp. Morel's now left in a 1 versus 3. 8 points of health. Still got to try and recover this bomb. Oh, sorry, he does have the bomb on him. I'm looking at the X's on the minimap there. I thought that was the bomb, but no, that's all the death markers for his teammates, all in the same spot. Creeping down towards this lower side, but it's being watched by Wellho. Jiggle in windows. Morales has spotted it, but the bullets will give away his location. Bit of a missed molly towards the double doors, and it's just a wild spray from Wellho. A single bullet is all that's needed. Hymo up to an 11th. Anonymo 2 rounds away from being eliminated in the first round of playoffs here in the lower bracket, despite topping Group A. It's going to be a fast topside hit here for Anonymous. A bit of desperation comes out. Tech 9, an armor buy, bit of utility. They try and rush the top site, but lose too many players. Plan B activates, trying to get towards this lower site. Get this bomb planted, it will be successful. Jape can't quite find the kill. In fact, runs out of bullets to Usherville. Does a good job at isolating him and picks up a rifle. Even knocks down a smoke. Bomb now ticking, 26 seconds. Nono have to try and rotate. A good trade from Arvid. In fact, he's going to find the double kill. Finds Darsheville trying to capitalise on the engagement towards single door. It will be the defuse for Hymo. They'll get their 12th map, match and series point for the Finnish side. Be the final round of this best of 3 series. Hymo with a very healthy buy. Anonymo going for a lot of AKs, skimping on utility, but it's again what's the play here for Anonymo? Enzo just walking through the main smoke solo. Fortunately for him, Exist makes up for it with a double kill. Man advantage for Anonymo. All they have to do is maximise their trade potential. Jape looks to try and take some fights towards heaven. And oh my gosh, Darsheville up the ladder. And on the ladder, in fact, finds a kill. Arvid now rotating in 1 versus 2, but will get caught. Nami through the edge of the smoke. It's a very scrappy round. Man, this entire game has just been scrappy round after scrappy round, especially here on Nuke. Hymo choose to take an eco for an eco. They could have been tempted here to go for a force buy those upgraded pistols, but they know that they only need to win 1 round, so they're not going to waste it on force buys, giving Anonymo chance after chance after chance to close out rounds. Instead, they say, look, Anonymo, you can have this one. We're going to go all in on the next. Going to put all our chips on round 21. Enzo going to be curious towards Hut. His teammates have taken ramp control. They also have secret control. In fact, Enzo is with some information. Catches Jake's back turned. A bit of a jumping spray. Jump bug even. And windows broken, exist flanked. In fact, it's an army to find the kill. The lower site collapses. So we'll be an 8th for Anonymo. OP should be looking to save this Galil. He's looking a bit curious. They're going to be buying up next round anyway. But say if they lose round 21, if they lose the next round when they do buy, it would be good for UP to save some more. But he's helped Wellho pick up another rifle. Right, Wellho's going to just find the fights to find another couple kills. Padding those stats, another triple kill for him. He's up to 24. It's looking like a completely different player to what we saw yesterday. Or 2 days ago, should I say. Yes, 2 days ago, Wellho was doing a lot of solo plays, a lot of individual plays. Had a lot of responsibility with the amount of map control he was given. Or at least had the responsibility of working. I was not finding any success whatsoever, but here he's head and shoulders above his teammates. Now Jaimo had that full investment, even a couple AKs in play. And NAVI just walked straight out the squeaky door, but a massive whiff of a spray. Arvid thanking his lucky stars. That's the lobby lurk removed. The last 4 players for Anonymo. Working towards outside. Upi chooses to play safe. Doesn't want to give away the man advantage that Arvid granted them. Smoke towards main should indicate some outside wrap potential. Upi now should set his sights on guard. Spots Morels jiggling around this red box, using it very efficiently to isolate fights. Finds a perfect time to peek on into end zone. Eventually he will fall. And so will Jape, pushing up a secret. Still a man advantage for Jaimo. It's going to be hard for Anonymo to try and unpick this. Just equalises. Bomb being planted. That's information. Wykis knew that Darshville was on his own with Exist still towards that top side. He can now get on the bomb. Exist has to make noise, getting down towards the lower side, and he's smoked off, going for a wild spray. Doesn't realise where the bomb is planted. And Wykis is going to land the no-scope through the smoke. And will get the defuse. It's going to be 13-8 to Jaimo. 2-0 victory for the Finnish side. A much better performance from them. You can see how important Wellho is to their setup, comparing 2 days ago to this performance we got today. When Wellho is playing well, their game plan is a lot more successful. Without him, they look pretty lost. But regardless, a big victory from them. They knocked down Anonymo, in fact, knocked out Anonymo, the team who topped Group A, now eliminated in top 8. They'll be moving on through that lower bracket, will Jaimo. And we've got one more game here in the lower bracket, which will be NAVI Junior versus Viperio. That'll be up in just over an hour, so stay tuned. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Be tuning in back for that next best of 3. Welcome back, everybody, to United21 Season 20. We had an exciting game earlier this morning between Hymo and Anonimo, where Anonimo, despite topping their group in the group stage, despite topping Group A, they found themselves eliminated, with Hymo moving on to the lower semi-finals. And what was a very quick series and an impressive showing from Hymo, and that moves us on to our next lower bracket round one game, with NAVI Junior versus Viperio. Similarly, NAVI Junior, they also topped their group. Not only that, but they are the reigning champions of United21. They had a clean upper bracket win in Season 19, coming in first place. But now they're facing potential elimination against Viperio. Viperio are a team who have always been fighting for that second spot for qualification to the playoffs out of the group, sort of sitting around that second or third place team within their groups, and now they've finally made it into the playoffs, which they didn't do last season. They made it into the playoffs. They had a difficult matchup opening against Unity, where they've been knocked down 2-0. Bearing in mind they have a brand new addition of Shine, who's only joined the roster as the AWPer only a couple days ago. And now they're going to be facing against the reigning champions, the favourites to win the series of NAVI Junior down in the lower bracket. And you can see the veto on the screen. We've got Vertigo, Dust 2 ban. Interestingly, Viperio leaving Mirage open. That used to be their permaban, but with Shine coming in, they've left it in, and NAVI Junior have gone for the punish pick. Inferno then picked, of course. Viperio, it's their favourite map, and a nuke as a decider. Now, Shine, previously of the K10 roster, playing under the likes of Docs and other IGLs, they famously loved Inferno. It was one of their preferred maps, so it makes sense that with him coming in, they'd maintain Inferno as a very strong map for them. But it's Mirage first, again, which, interestingly, used to be their permaban. So we'll see what Viperio have to play with here as we kick off with the pistol round. It's going to be a slow start for NAVI Junior, a bit of a 138 swing in towards top mid, a classic, waiting to 138. That's the timing when players often leave mid. Go in for the swing, wait for that aggression. They've sprinted up in towards this A site for a very fast split, but there's two players lying in wait for Viperio. It's going to be a quick successive frags. Three coming in, Ziugs, Sentry, going to find a couple. One man advantage for Viperio. Bomb down. But NAVI Junior, or rather Viperio, sorry, have the information. Bomb going to be planted. A quick dink from Sentry. Does deny the bomb plant. Ziugs has to get off. He decides to try and fight towards CT, but it's a bit... Ooh, it's a bit sketchy, and switches to come on in and spam down with the Julies. The ex-endpoint player going to be finding that finishing frag. Viperio, off to a good start here, 1-0. On their previous permaban, which is their opponent's map pick in an elimination series here in the lower bracket, just to summarise the stakes. I'm going to be going for that full investment. NAVI Junior, they didn't get the bomb plant. Now, often you'd see with a bomb plant on that T side, you'd see at least a force buy come in with Galils and Mac 10s. But NAVI Junior don't have that availability, don't have that option available to them, so they might choose to go for a half buy. If not, they're going to be going for a force with Tech 9s or pistols in Kevlar. We do have a technical pause, hopefully one that will get resolved as soon as possible. Now, interestingly, on Viperio's second round investment, they're going to be going for 3 Famises, 2 MP9s, not a single M4. Now, the Famis is a weapon which not a lot of people like. The spray control on that weapon is, while it's relatively narrow, it's all over the place. It's very squiggly, very zigzaggy, makes it hard to control. Especially spraying at range, so a lot of people don't favour that weapon. It's often, if you're stuck in that situation where you can't afford an M4, a lot of people go all the way down to the MP9 because it's a bit more reliable. Yes, it's not as good at range, but it's a bit more reliable, easier to use weapon. Strong SMG, and it gives you that extra cash to afford more utility. Junior forcing up the Tech 9's aggressive. It's fast in towards middle, similar to that pistol, but even more pace. Shine, though, hides in the connector smoke. The newest addition for Viperio is going to mow down 3 beautiful headshots. Some of his players perhaps skimping on the helmet to afford utility. Shine's going to make it a quad kill on the MP9. That's very nice, because Shine is the primary AWPer. He can drop over that MP9 to scrum and pick up a sniper rifle here if he wants. Again, for those who are maybe a bit newer to Counter-Strike, each weapon you get a different kill reward per kill, right? You get $300 for every kill on a rifle. That's sort of the standard. The same with pistols. But SMGs, you get 600. You get more. So Shine's farmed a lot of cash by getting 4 kills, $600 per kill. But he's not going to choose to go for that AWP just yet, which is fair, because knowing that last round was a force buy means that NAVI Junior are going to be on just pistols, so he's going to take the opportunity to farm even more cash if he can. And some unarmoured players. NAVI Junior just using these deagles. See if they can find any lucky headshots. There we go. Shine getting aggressive in towards underpass. He's going to find 1 kill. Make it 2. The Famises will finish off the rest. Just Zeogs on the NAVI Junior side. Now spotted. Being allowed in towards the ramp. Picks up the deagle. And jumping. Shine's going to find the triple kill. 7 kills in the last 2 rounds. All on the MP9. And there you go, the sniper rifle picked up. Just drops the MP9 on the floor. Financially speaking, Viperio in a pretty good spot. Still keeping those 3 Famises from round 2. And M4, Squirrel, the only death in the last 2 rounds. And a lot of kills on MP9s. Mostly from Shine, means he has this sniper rifle out nice and early. But Scrimmo falls nice and early. Shine gets that AWP involved. A quick trade, peeking over the top of the stairs. 4 versus 4. NAVI Junior looking to creep their way on towards this A side. They're not forcing the issue. They're not rushing head first. They slow things down, see if they can get some information. See if NAVI Junior, or see if Viperio, sorry, make any mistakes. Slowly squeeze and constrict this defense. A little bit of utility towards CT to make Switcher a bit more uncomfortable. Oh, and Shine caught asleep at the wheel, not expecting Zeogs to be on the right-hand side of Palace. But Des picks up that AWP. Dropping the Famas, only good for 1. Overwhelmed, misses the second shot. The flurry of frags come in. NAVI Junior. Demon getting 2 of his own. First round on the board. Viperio, as mentioned before, their financial situation wasn't awful. They can still get a 4 buy here. If anything, it's even better. No Famises, M4s this time. They do empty their bank accounts to afford this. Sentry with the rival AWP, having picked that one up with Des's corpse in the previous round. Zodi completely caught off guard by Krebeni's lurk towards underpass. It's something, if Viperio have done their research, they should come to expect this. Krebeni loves to find those timings in towards underpass, in towards window, in towards connector. He's found the time to catch off Zodi. Opening kill. Reaction comes in from Viperio, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Zeogs hold his own. That's all you can really ask of him. Retains that man advantage. Krebeni again, like I mentioned, tries to find those timings, goes for those lurks, but Des expects it, takes him down. But I mentioned it's a lurk. He's not the central piece. He was a distraction for the other 3 players to hit this B-bomb site. They're successful. Essentially winning the AWP duel against Shine. Even Des in a 1 versus 2. There's tempting. See what he can find, but the only thing he's met with is bullets from Makaze. Be a second round on the board for NAVI Junior. Bank broken for Viperio. Going to be going down to an eco, a couple upgraded pistols invested. Looks like they're going to be going for an A stack, which is a good read because NAVI Junior, they're setting themselves up for a full A site execution. Viperio don't have any utility to stop this, to counter. As soon as these smokes come flying out, normally on a buy round, you'd expect the Molotov to stop them, to slow them down at the choke point, buy time for the rotations. That's not going to happen. The Molotovs are just going to flush out all the hiding spots that Viperio tuck themselves into, exposes them to the flashes, and there's nothing they can do when they're fully blinded. In Switcher, 1 versus 4. Benny spotted the shoulder, going to go for the pre-fire, and there you go. Scoreline tied up 3-3. Investment comes out, round number 7, but it's not great. The loss bonus not quite as established as Viperio would prefer, meaning it's just M4s, weak utility, and Shine's already removed, so he's not even able to get that rifle involved, making that short, or that jump towards short, overwhelmed by the fast swing from NAVI Junior. Man advantage. The academy squad, they're just going to sit and wait. They freeze. Let the round breathe. Let Viperio make the next move. Viperio have identified it's a slower round for NAVI Junior. The lack of presence towards A, they're just going to go for a gamble stack towards B. 3 players stacking this site. And it is a B split on the cards. First player falls towards short. Ziox holds his own, catches Zodi, and Switcher overwhelmed. Krebeni even takes down Scrimmo on the lurk. It's just Dez now to try and hold down this site, and he's going to isolate 2. Overlooked here towards bench. 30 seconds left, and the bomb is tucked in towards Apps. Dez can play for time if he wants, but he's going to be fought by both of them. Pulls off the reload. Krebeni now being loud on this rotation. Are we about to see a 1 versus 4 from Dez? Krebeni going to be able to finish it off. Hiding player, low HP. In fact, Dez wins it, jiggling around the bench. Comes out victorious. A 1 versus 4 for the Swedish talent. Gets Viperio their 4th round on the board, and they get themselves back in the lead. A well-planned, a well-orchestrated stack from Viperio. I didn't hate how NAVI Junior approached that round either, right? You've got that man advantage. You've got a bulk of your players in towards middle. You set yourselves up for that B split. 2 towards Apps, 3 towards mid, with 2 of them going short. Krebeni, obviously up to his standard shenanigans. It's that little X factor, the little sprinkle, right? That extra bit of spice with that lurk coming in towards connector to catch off the rotations. And even if he doesn't find anything on the rotations there, he can always go in through market, go for a late flank, or rather a relatively quick flank through market, through the window. But they overlook the possibility of a stack. They clear out the B defenders. They take down 2 of them, take down a 3rd in rotation. There's 1 player left in it. Expected Dez to, for some reason, to be anchoring A. So obviously he does normally play this side of the map, but tucked under the bench is the perfect weapon. And NAVI Junior set themselves up for another A-site execution, knowing that Viperio surviving with only 1 player. They don't have the funds built up to go for a full utility defense to counter and execute, but oh, Demon's fallen victim to his own Molotov. Man advantage still for NAVI Junior. Viperio locked out behind these smokes. Switch has an MP9 close range. Step heard from Makaze. Switch can then just go for the swing with a fast acceleration. Find the equalising frag. Shine. Voids the flash, gives up his location. Now Navi Junior have the information. And Shine being overwhelmed, Krabeni just walks underneath him. Now 1 versus 2, and Switcher kind of stuck here towards CT, and I think he accidentally blew away Akaze's rifle that he peeked around the corner with. Navi Junior plenty of time on the clock. They're just going to stay grouped, maximise trade potential. At the end of the day, even if Switcher catches them off guard, transitioning position, they should, in theory, set themselves up for a trade kill. But the fact that CT there was clear, Krabeni's said, look, if CT's clear now, he won't have gotten over towards B before us unless he made an instant rotation. So Krabeni stays in jungle to hold down the rotations. Could have caught the timing. Oh, in fact, yeah, there you go. Does spot Switcher running in towards Palace. He's going to hunt him down, knowing he's saving, knowing that Switcher isn't going to attempt the round win. Bomb will guarantee the victory for Navi Junior. They want more than that. They want to remove the weapons, or rather a single weapon, from Switcher's hands. Switcher, I don't think is going to expect such a fast flank here. There you go, it's removed. But it's a simple round there from Navi Junior, right? The fact that Viperio, after emptying their bank accounts were already empty going for that investment previously, and then Des gets a 1 versus 4, so he's the one player surviving. Navi Junior know that Viperio are then going to have to make 4 reinvestments. 4 players are going to have to buy rifles again, which means they won't have enough money for the utility to counter, to stop and execute, or to play retake. So an execute on towards that A site, it's the perfect way to handle that. Viperio's bank broken again. Now, I'm going to go for another A stack, this time some aggression into auto ramp to see if they can catch off a potential execute, but Navi Junior are just setting themselves up for another B split, heavy mid control. 2 players creeping their way in towards B. Wouldn't be surprised if they're going to let Makaze sprint his way up towards short first to get information with this Mac 10, just in case it is a B stack. The fact they've not seen anything in towards middle, not heard a peep out of Viperio, means they'll figure out that it's probably an A or B stack. Let the Mac 10 figure out if it's B or not. If it's not B, boom, the site is free. Krabeni again up to his shenanigans, man. It's just constant, lurking up connector. If anyone ever plays Navi Junior and knows that Mirage is likely to come into this veto, you don't have to watch many demos to figure out that Krabeni will always try and get himself lurking in towards connector, lurking in towards jungle. More often than not. Yeah, he still manages to catch teams off guard. And I guess that's the thing, right? When it comes to research, when it comes to preparation, even if your opponent has tendencies, okay, you've identified that they have a tendency, then what? What are you going to do about it? Are you actually going to act upon the research, or are you just going to have that knowledge in the back of your head and not use it? Because you see that a lot, is where teams know something. You even see it mid-game, right? When teams are able to identify, if you guys have ever played Counter-Strike at home, you play a pug, even if it's on Face It, and you've identified that your team is, your opponent is abusing you or countering you somewhere on the map, and you even call it out to your teammates, but then no adaptations are actually made. Because identifying a tendency is one thing, but acting upon it is another. Now, Switcher going to hold his own over towards B. Good for 1 kill, an early frag, an early information of this B site hit. I mean, Shine can try and get himself into a rotation, and he does try and defend Switcher's life for a bit. Buys time for Switcher to get 1 more kill, the Inceptory. And a 1 versus 4, and caught reloading. Shine is going to find the double kill. A good hold from Switcher, early information, and a strong rotate from Shine. Puts the B site execute to bed. Ties up that scoreline 5-5. A very close game. And this is why, for me, it doesn't make sense for a lot of teams to have Mirage as a permaban, right? So obviously this used to be Viperio's permaban, but it's a map where, even against the best teams, anything can go. Ripe with upset potential. So leaving it as your 6th match is sort of that prime spot. Either way, NAVI Junior look to go for a bit more of a default heavy mid control in contention, but Viperio, they fight back. Good for 1 in towards mid. It's another 1-for-1 trade over towards A. Man advantage for the CTs. Bomb far out of possession for NAVI Junior. A player's going to have to fall back to get that. I think Krabeni's going to be the one to do so. Proactive play from Viperio, flashing towards connector. Shine can clear that out. Drops a smoke to keep it locked. Now if NAVI Junior want to hit this A site or put any pressure towards it, they'll have to at least clear out connector once the smoke fades. But as time ticks down, the lack of noise made in towards middle should indicate to Viperio that they've fallen off of mid. If they've fallen off of mid, I'm going to go towards A or B. You've got a forward position towards A, which is also a very retakeable site. So, there we go. You're going to stack 2 players out of your 4 over towards this B-bomb site. Switch up. In a good spot to get 1. And Zodi's in a good spot to play off of contact, but Sentry, perfect entry pathway. Now Zodi has no choice but to hide, but I think he's been spotted there. The player jumping on top of the van. Trying to dance around the bench, but can't quite land the shots. It's a pre-fire spray from Krabeni. Puts the man advantage from a 4-on-3 to Viperio into a 3-on-2 for NAVI Junior. Bomb planted. 30 seconds. Des does have a kit, but he's only 1 point of health. That step should give away to NAVI Junior that Viperio are going to choose to save. They don't have the funds to buy in the last round of the half, or at least not have a healthy one. They're going to choose to keep hold of these AKs, allow NAVI Junior to get to a 6th, and hope that next round Viperio can get a 6th of their own. If they attempt this retake here with these in that 2v versus 3, if they attempted that, chances are they would have given NAVI Junior not just this round, but the next one as well. Let's see, Desd and Shine can drop over a couple rifles. A couple M4s as they still have Kevlar and the 2 saved AKs. About $3,000 per player. It means Scrimmo and Zodi can get full investment. Switcher as the B anchor. Just going down to that MP9. Bit of mid presence for NAVI Junior. Kaze taking control, uncontested as of now. Peak connector before the smoke blooms. Spot anyone. Meantime, the site hit comes in towards A. Bit of a contact play towards the ramp. Demon falls. No trade. Desd. At the top of the connector, smoke will find Krabeni. Now, the thing is, he's that lurker who you expect to come out connector. They might not expect the second player, Makazi, to come in and fill that void. But Scrimmo dancing around the default box. Is able to isolate those fights. Can't quite land the shot against Sentry, and Sentry lands a beautiful double kill. Make it a triple. What a shot on towards Zodi there. The Danish IGL of Viperio put in the dirt, leaving Switcher in a 1 versus 2 clutch. And NAVI Junior, I love how proactive this is. They take control of CT, make sure they have a safe extremity to plant towards. And Switcher going over the top of the stairs exposes himself massively to that CT position behind the ticket booth, and it will be a 7-5 half scoreline for NAVI Junior. 2-round lead, but by all means, not an awful scoreline for Viperio, considering, again, this was their permaban up until a few days ago, with an 89% first ban rate on HLTV. Swapping over to the second pistol round. NAVI Junior now on the defensive side. Can a smoke brought up for Zeox? It's 5 sets of Kevlar for Viperio. single piece of utility invested on that T side. Got one player towards ramp, one towards palace, the other three creeping in towards underpass. This is the makings of an A split in the works. Just creep in towards bottom of middle. Now NAVI Junior holding mid extensively with 3 players holding it directly, one even close in towards connector, but it's Krabeni repositioning, catches the headshot towards Shine. He falls, but that's when Viperio pounce and they get a couple kills. The strong setup falls apart very quickly as Krabeni falls back away from his teammates, but Zeogs goes unchecked. Quick trade from Switcher leaves now Demon in a 1 versus 3 location, now known towards the top as Catwalk does. Pick off the bomb player, but Zodi will find that trade. The Glocks prevail. NAVI Junior did, I'll be honest, they had the setup to try and counter exactly that. 4 players versus the 3 in towards middle, but those 4 players weren't committed. Krabeni falls all the way back. That kind of breaks apart the setup that they had. And the Glocks in those close range angles. Certainly go strength to strength. NAVI Junior choosing to go for a full eco. Just Krabeni buying a hero deagle, as it was here. It's going to be a bit of a stack with the 4 USPs. Creeping towards ramp with 3 of them. Viperio, they're just sitting waiting for this aggression. The execute is about to come on in. Mac 10, Scrimo taking point. Fighting in towards the ramp. He's good for 1, gets the information. NAVI Junior somehow find 2 kills, but all 4 players on that A site fall, leaving Krabeni with that deagle, and he's not going to find a single dollar in his pocket. So Viperio type the scoreline 7-7. And Shine again gets the AWP out. We saw him get it out very early on that CT side, but he failed to really have any impact with it. It's a 3rd round investment on the CT side for NAVI Junior, meaning M4A1S's weak utility, no AWP, no kits. Slow from Viperio, standard default. 1-3-1. That 1 comes in towards underpass, group up the 3 and towards middle. Very slow, waiting for NAVI Junior to make the move in towards mid, but they've identified that this is a default, so they're setting their sights towards the extremities, seeing if they can find the lurk player. 2-player pushing towards Palace. Turns into a 1-player commitment. And there you go, Cemetery finds Scrimo. The A lurk dealt with, leaving Viperio a consolidated pack of 4. All they have in towards middle. They were perhaps setting themselves up for that A split. It's not looking likely. They do find Makaze in towards ladder room. That does weaken that B bomb site significantly. But 40 seconds, are still not looking to commit anywhere just yet. And NAVI Junior, they're not overreacting. They know how slow Viperio are likely to play after that kill. Taking down Makaze, they are setting their sights up for a 4-man hit towards this B-bomb site. NAVI Junior, they've vacated mid, they haven't retaken it. Losing Makaze means they are going to have their attention split between B-apps and short on this B site. But there are 2 players in place. It will be a pop. Zeogs towards the bench, a prime spot. We saw a 1 versus 4 earlier on from this exact angle, and it dances perfectly around this bench, buying enough time for Demon to find 2, make it 3, almost the 4th. In fact, it will be the 4th with the USP coming out. A strong setup there from NAVI Junior, passive towards the back of the site, not fighting too forward in front of the choke point, knowing that with short still being a possibility, although it wasn't actually a threat, although they knew it was a possibility. Hiding towards that back side, they can cover and they can still play off of each other, dancing around the pillars, around the bench. Viperio failing to trade. I'm not sure if their pathing was fully thought out, fully realised on that site. They were split up somewhat once they hit that site. That's put Viperio's economy in a difficult spot. We've got 2 AKs on Switcher and Zodi. Everyone else on heavy compromises, a couple pistols, the only other primary being the SMG, the Mac 10 on Dezd. Again, it's this 1-3-1, but the mid attack is a split of 1 top of mid, 2 underpass. Switcher with that AK, setting himself up to apply a bit of pressure over towards B. This does mean that if Viperio do get that pick on towards short, they may be able to react quicker on a B split. But at the moment, Kazi is doubled up over towards the B site, knowing that realistically doesn't have to give Viperio anything. This is a very disciplined play from NAVI Junior. They've identified very well how Viperio like to play their T sides. They know that Viperio, at least right now, are playing a very slow game. They're waiting to see what's given their way. So NAVI Junior say, well, we just won't give you anything. And then at that point, you've got very little time to actually finish off the round. And I think the steps, this deep position from Zeog's steps might have been heard in towards T-Spawns, who's called out a rotation, but he can't find one, so it is a free kill, and that leaves Sentry in towards default. A difficult spot to work with an AWP. Going to be overwhelmed. It's an instant headshot from Dez. 5 versus 2, 4 versus 2 now as it's a 1-for-1 trade over towards Ticket Booth. Krabeni playing a little bit more passively here. Bomb is going to be planted. This round for NAVI Junior relies on Demon being able to find something, but Zodi's already turned around, has his attention set on ramp, but Demon will actually win the duel. I think Krabeni's just going to be tucking away to save anyway. Their funds aren't great enough to risk losing these M4s attempting a 2-on-4 retake, especially with the position, that flank from Demon now known. Scoreline still tied. A neck and neck game. NAVI Junior take a tactical pause. Again, considering this is their map pick, it's a very comfortable map for them. Up against a map which was, up until recently, the permanent ban for Viperio. NAVI Junior were perhaps expecting a much easier game, at least on this map. Also, perhaps using that tactical timeout to discuss how they want to approach their investment here on round 17. With these 2 saved M4s, they're going to be ecoing around them, seeing if these 2 M4s can be enough to win this round without forfeiting their ability to fight for the next. But again, slow. Viperio. This time, though, they're not working mid-control. Not so early. These 2 saved M4s, at least one of them making their way towards the top of mid, and Demon will find that opening kill. Krabeni holds underpass and finds a second. This is beautifully read from NAVI Junior. He loses the Uggs in the process. Switch has done a good job of finding 2. Man advantage currently for NAVI Junior. They're still working with 2 rifles as well. Makazi picks up the AK. Will just be a creep in towards underpass. The time ticking low, 20 seconds left on the clock. It means this plant will be rushed, and NAVI Junior in a great setup right now. Deep information over towards B, essentially with the USP. 2 players retake towards CT. It's a great spot to stop this, and Makazi's just going to swing out, catch them with the utility in their hands. It's going to be a double kill for him. NAVI Junior with just 2 M4s take that round victoriously. And it's a perfect counter, right? They've read that so well. Viperio, again, they've been playing such default-heavy Counter-Strike. And if NAVI Junior have done their research, they'll be able to identify that that's the bread and butter for Zodi's IGL style. It's been very slow working mid-control. And they identified that, okay, they know that against that weak buy, Viperio will play mid-control delayed. They'll play slower, so they sit quietly in towards mid. They hold those extremities. It does seem we are going to have a technical pause here as Krabeni has dropped out of the server. This was very quickly after free time ended, so no damage has been done. Again, for any newer players, any newer viewers to Counter-Strike, the normal ruling for most tournaments is if there's a technical issue, if someone's disconnected, or you need to call a technical pause in the middle of a round, as long as no damage has been done, and there's over a minute left, then you can restart the round. If damage is done, the round cannot be restarted. It's to stop players saying, oh, I've disconnected, whoops, after they've already died, you know? Or after they're already on low HP. There we go. Get a quick refresh. Junior. Another one-round lead, but Viperio, for the weak investment, they don't have the funds, the weaponry, the utility to go for just a standard default working mid-control. Instead, got to mix it up a little bit. Going to be creeping in towards underpass. 3 players. Tech 9 on Des taking point. Well-timed incendiary. If that was a second later, they would have actually got the information that Des is towards underpass. This HE is going to be brutal. Lands straight at the feet of Switcher. Krabeni catches Des trying to capitalise. Another HE will finish them off. Again, NAVI Junior reading this game so well. Shine tries to capitalise on the space and take down the short player, but neglects to check window, and the rest of the Viperio players will also fall down by the wayside. NAVI Junior up to double digits already, and that's the 4 spy shut down for Viperio. I have to take an eco for a full eco here. There's not many opportunities left now for Viperio to try and steal this map away. Full eco here. NAVI Junior likely going to be going up to an 11th. Viperio will probably only have one more good buy round. And so far they've been read very well by NAVI Junior, especially on these slower default style rounds. Is just going to be the full stack in towards underpass with these Glocks. Hoping to see if any of the NAVI Junior players get a little bit aggressive. Normally Krabeni is that connector player. It's going to be Sentry to AWP there currently, and with the AWP he's not likely to overextend in towards underpass. Krabeni has gotten aggressive, just not towards underpass. It's gone aggressive towards the top and middle, and he's already got them locked out in towards TV, but actually he's only good for 1. So a 1-for-1 trade. He gets the information, but there's still a minute to work with. And now Viperio have a rifle to work with here. M4 picked up by Switcher. Again, this is so well read by NAVI Junior, right? The setup. And a beautiful HE finishes the 2 off. Makaze will find the triple. Just that round there, the way that NAVI Junior are playing these mid-rounds, even in the 4-on-4, it's still advantageous based on the fact that they have the better weaponry, better utility. They know that Viperio, with such little time left, are just going to group up and go for a site hit with all 4 players in one location. So they decide to have 1 player forward towards A, playing retake towards that A site, leaning further towards that B bomb site, knowing that B is much harder to retake, A much easier to retake. It's just simple Counter-Strike, and it's working so effectively against Viperio, who aren't getting creative enough here. But now we see a bit of a mix-up. Less mid-control, less mid-presence for Viperio. Instead, they set their sights towards the extremity of the A site. It's going to be a little bit of a contact, creep out towards the ramp. And they don't find anything, so they fall all the way back. Wait for that smoke to fade. Zeox is surely... Yeah, there you go. Look at that reaction on the mini-map. Zeox hears the steps of Zodi falling away from the ramp. Because he's tucked towards the bulk, he can get more audio cues. At least from a greater range towards that ramp. And Zodi, those steps made, you can see the rotation coming in on those NAVI Junior players. Just a second to go there. Replenishes that smoke towards Palace, anticipating a potential A-site hit. But as the time ticks down, they're going to realise that there were steps moving away from the A-site. Now, late in the round, 35 seconds left. Viperio finally work their way in towards middle. Zeox spots Scrimo, tries to line up a wall bang, but Scrimo comes out for the better. Even Krabeni to try and defend this site on his own, and he's good for 2. Sentry being overwhelmed, peppered on towards short. We'll go down into a 2-2 as Sentry and Krabeni are dealt with. Makazi's going to find 2 of his own. Now, the 1 versus 1. 12 seconds left. Dez has to try and get this bomb down. Makazi can just tuck. Taps the bomb. Makazi calls his bluff. Is not going to peek. The steps will confirm it. Big clutch there from Makazi, finding the impact where it matters most. Bit of a scrappy last minute hit on that site from Viperio. I guess this could be part of the issue with having not only this being a new map for the map pool for Viperio, but also a new player in Shine. Means that any set pieces that they're not likely to have any set pieces on this map, with it previously being their permaban, but even if they did, they wouldn't have Shine practiced on them, so they've not got much to fall back on here now that these defaults aren't working very well. Means that any variations are most likely improvised. Again, they fall back towards a default, and NAVI Junior are just countering them perfectly. 2-man push with Sentry on that AWP, taking point in towards B apps. They catch the B lurk of Switcher. They can very easily identify this is now a default. But Shine with the scout to find an equalizer, catches Krabeni lacking. Four v 4. But again, Viperio, they slow things down. Playing such a patient style of play. Time smoke towards short. If anything, it's actually just Zodi looking to hold these rotations. Catches Makazi in the corner of his eye, but jumps the gun. No trigger discipline. Zodi catches just a glimpse of him and immediately goes for the flick spray, but will be punished for being so antsy, so jumpy. He had the information. He didn't need to shoot straight away. He went unchecked. Now Makazi's going to double up. Not punished. Therefore, he's able to continue doing damage. Eventually, is silenced. That just sets up Demon for the next. It's just Dez in a 1 versus 3. We'll find Demon, but quick trade. Will be 13-8 victory on map 1 for NAVI Junior. An expected result, but the scoreline itself, I'm impressed how close Viperio made that, albeit that was off the back of winning 2 pistol rounds for Viperio there on Mirage. Either way, that was a map which they surely had no high expectations on, with it being their previous permaban. But we'll be moving on to Viperio's map pick of Inferno next after a quick 11-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to United21 Season 20. Lower bracket round 1 game here in the playoffs. NAVI Junior versus Viperio. NAVI Junior managed to take their map pick of Mirage 13-8, but considering where that map lay in Viperio's map pool, it's surprising how well of a fight they were able to put up. But let's see how well a fight they can put up here on Inferno on their own map pick. A very comfortable map for Viperio. It's going to be aggressive play from NAVI Junior on this CT side in towards middle, trying to throw a spanner into the works. Test Viperio's reactions. Sentry going to be hunting down the Viperio side like dogs. In towards second mid. 4 versus 4. Krabeni in towards the underpass. Catches the legs of Zodi. Viperio will actually make their way on towards an empty A bomb site. Coming in through the apartments. Man advantage still for NAVI Junior. They're fast in the rotation here. Grouped up already. Setting themselves up for a speedy retake. See if Switcher gets hard cleared. He doesn't. And he's able to find Sentry. That means Apps no longer a point of concern for Viperio. And they can establish this very strong crossfire towards pit and site. That round, I wouldn't say completely hinges on Switcher's position there, but it certainly helps Viperio a lot. With him taking down Sentry towards Apps, not only does it equalise into a 3-on-3, but it's that crossfire. It makes it so hard for NAVI Junior to enter that site with a player towards pit, a player towards site. You simply can't clear them one at a time. You're exposed to both at once. But on a map like Inferno, using that CT pistol isn't all too miserable, as you can go for an SMG buy like this. And NAVI Junior liking to use these SMGs for aggression, getting up close and personal. Looking to see if they can mow down the Viperio side, but it's not going to be the case. Viperio hold strong. 4 versus 2. Just 3 of the NAVI Junior players fall halfway down middle. Minute 20 on the clock, and we saw how slow Viperio liked to play on Mirage just earlier. Here on Inferno, they are still taking their time. This time just grouping towards B. Worst case scenario, NAVI Junior stack the B bomb site, and they trade out. 4 versus 2. Let the utility do its job, knowing they're not up against counter smoke. They won't be forcing their way through a smoke or any counter utility from NAVI. Bomb will be safely planted again. Viperio very cautious, clearing out all the hiding spots in the back of the site before they rush to get the bomb planted. Sentry Makaze will look to, I think, save these weapons. I'm not sure what weapon Shine had, likely an SMG. So Makaze, in fact no, it was a rifle towards the bottom of the ramp there, which Zodi, I believe, had just picked up. He did have a Mac 10 beforehand. And Makaze not able to get his hands on that dropped rifle. He will go down. It'll mean that extra MP9. Kevlar not saved for the Academy squad. The only thing they have is Sentry Scout with that Kevlar. This is a weapon which could be dangerous in the right hands. If Sentry can land the headshots, I mean, even then, land enough tags before going down, right? That's what matters with the Scout. It's how many shots can you fire before you fall. Do as much damage as possible. Let's set up these pistols. Even if you don't land the headshots, land at least the tags. Make it so that these pistols do become a threat for low HP Viperio players. There you go, there's a headshot. It's a wallbang through the smoke as well on towards Shine, but it is quickly traded. Kevlar removed. 4 versus 4, and the Scout remains though. Zeug's able to pick that one up. But in the meantime, up against next to no utility on this B site, it means that Viperio can take Banana for free. We've just got to wait out these couple smokes that Makaze has had dropped over to him. The issue here for Viperio, however small the issue is that NAVI Junior have cleared out Apps and cleared out second mid. Krebeni's in a very forward position, which means that NAVI Junior can stack a couple players over here. Fortunately, Viperio have plenty of utility. They can clear out the site, eliminate all the possible hiding spots with the utility, let the smokes do their job. Have a simple site execution. NAVI Junior, no matter how many players they had stacked on that site, couldn't really do much without the weapons or the utility. He can get an exit with this 5-7 and will find Zodi, but will fall. Only really a small, minor bit of damage done. Caused one reinvestment at the cost of Krebeni's Kevlar. Sentry actually saving his own armour surviving means that he doesn't have to spend quite so much. It's an extra $650 he doesn't have to invest in. But we will see a 4th round buy for NAVI Junior. It's healthy as far as the utility count is concerned. Plenty of grenades per player, which is important on a map like Inferno, which quite often comes down to a waiting game between utility on Banana, just a trade of grenades thrown, keeping the other side at bay, trying to take control. But Viperio, 1 minute 30 on the clock, and they're already towards the end of apps, looking to pounce. But Sentry holds strong, good fit, 2. A miracle worked by him, but Switcher doubles up as well, 3 versus 3. The 8 bomb site. Replanted on Viperio's, the timer drops from 1 minute 15 to 40. It goes into the T's favour as the bomb ticks down, ready for an explosion. NAVI Junior gonna look to set themselves up for a retake here. There is a kit dropped on towards the site. To clear out short, but Zodi's in a great spot. He's going to hear all these steps in towards short. If nothing comes his way towards apps, he can go his way for a late flank. There's on a spot 1. Zodi now activates. Switch trying his best to hide on towards the site. Bomb. Martin Vino ticked down. Simply no time unless Kazi can find the kit now. Not going to be the case. Bomb will explode. Krebeni only saving CT. I like that from Viperio. It's very common you see first gun round, first rifle round, the CTs, especially if they have the utility, they try and set and establish a precedent. Establishing control of Banana by going on that first go round, say, look, we'll take Banana control with 3 players. Guarantee we got that unlock. Set a precedent and say, look, Banana control is ours, you're going to have to invest a lot if you want to take it. But the T's, knowing that, can just walk in towards apps for free, knowing that there's only 2 to defend that A site. I'm Junior going to be forcing, in fact, no, it's a half buy around Krebeni's M4. A couple of Deagles, 5.7, MP9, some Kevlar to back it up. The odd grenade. Going to be a little bit of an execute here towards the top of car. The swing comes out from the CT, trying to catch the T's in transition, but locked in, they can't fall back from the fight, and they're eventually overwhelmed by Shine with that AK. All 3 players fall at the top of Banana. Now 4 versus 2. And again, they don't rush things. They don't think, oh, great, we killed 3 players on B, let's sprint our way in. No, they take their time no matter what. Try and play those odds. And there you go. Worst case scenario, Sentry creeps through the smoke and gets 1, is quickly traded because Viperio, as many of the possibilities as possible considered. And Zeog's not even going to be able to scavenge a dropped AK. Switcher had that on lock. 5-0 start. Inferno for Viperio. They're looking much more comfortable, much more in control on this map. And again, we saw on Mirage, one of the things that they did lack was these set pieces when their defaults were falling apart. Which again, you can put down to the fact that it's not a map, that Mirage wasn't a map that Viperio liked to play much. They don't have an extensive playbook on that map. But a map like Inferno, it's way more default heavy, right? That there isn't that much room for set pieces. Unless you want to talk about compartmentalizing your default and having like a little set piece to take map control rather than an entire beginning to end of the round set piece. A lot of those sort of micro pieces, if you were, taking map control a lot easier to improvise between players. Retake utility thrown from NAVI Junior to try and keep Viperio at bay. And ooh, a missed smoke from Switcher. Intended to apply a bit of mid control, a bit of pressure. Set themselves up. We'll see if there's a reaction baited, but he misses the smoke and ends up just blocking himself off in Boiler. And instead of keeping any potential long players blind for 20 seconds, it keeps Viperio away from mid for 20 seconds. Re-smoke long. Utility deployed, good. Jump throw. Strong mid hold here, anti-flash. 1-for-1 trade. Swing comes out, Zodi comes out on top, and Switcher capitalizes on Demon, trying to retreat back in towards the site. A nice little set piece from Viperio to take mid control, and Switcher sealing the deal. 4 versus 2, and Semchi and Makaze, they're just going to look to save in towards T-spawn. This being only the first 6 rounds of the half. First half of Viperio's T-side. They're not going to choose to hunt too aggressively. They'll want to try and build up a strong bank account to weather the storm of the rest of the half. Though NAVI Junior might be tempted to go for a full investment off the back of these saved weapons. They can drop over 2 rifles. The third can be invested into. Pretty healthy buy, all things considered, for NAVI Junior. Especially with this AWP in play for Sentry. Aggression from NAVI Junior in towards Banana. Finally, they successfully take it. They shut down Viperio. And a 1-for-1 trade keeps Apps in the control. In fact, no, it's 2-for-1. Over towards Apps. So that tactical timeout, NAVI Junior, I like that. The 3 towards B, 2 towards Apps. They leave mid completely open. They get 3 kills for the price of 1. NAVI Junior could be looking at securing their first round win, and a minute on the clock. Viperio, still 2 players at the bottom of Banana. No information to work with, no map control for them to work with either. The time is ticking for them to gain something, any sort of leverage to convert or steal this round, should I say. deep information from Ziyugs. He's gone aggressive here and towards second mid, is in a prime spot to hold for information towards A. So NAVI Junior just gamble stack 3 players towards B. Means even if Viperio are able to trade out, they won't take the site. There you go, the 2-man setup gets the first. Grabeni swings on contact. With the first round on the board for NAVI Junior. Viperio, they lose 1 and they take a tactical pause. What Viperio could have been talking about there after losing only just 1. Perhaps it's setting themselves up for another set piece, but NAVI Junior, after seeing that tactical timeout, they're getting disruptive. A push down in towards middle. They're going to hear steps in towards second mid, and Sentry catches Switcher in transition, and Demon flashed in towards mid, takes down Zodi, and Viperio just being mopped up. What a dominant round. Not even 1. What was that? 1 for 6 points of damage. There you go. 6 points of damage total done to NAVI Junior in that round. A full investment for Viperio. Perhaps focusing so heavily on countering how they lost that one single round. Like, they lost 1 round and they decided to go for a full heavy counter, heavy in towards mid to try and take mid control through second mid. But NAVI Junior, they read that again, reading it so well. Knowing that Viperio would overcompensate for losing that 1 round, they just get aggressive, disrupt them, catch them all off guard. Viperio, they can test for banana control. They fall back to a bit of a default. Molly towards the fallen corner, they take the top of banana. Car the sandbags position. Retake util comes in, keeps him at bay once more. Viperio choose to fall back, and it's beautiful smoke. As one of the counters to the retake utility would normally be to boost behind that wall, pick one of the players off as they get flashed in. Because that smoke lands on top of the wall, it means that that's no longer a possibility. Top banana control in their hands. Their opponents in Viperio set their sights towards mid, but again they're still blocked off, locked in behind this smoke. As it fades, they set themselves up for a potential long wrap. A good Molotov to keep them at bay. 35 seconds left. Ziyugs peeks in towards short from the balcony. Opening kill. 30 seconds left in the round. Weak utility now for NAVI Junior to hold this site, but Sentry uses that one singular flash well to pick off another, and it's falling apart here for Viperio. They lose 1 player on this site hit and they suddenly all stumble. They don't have the time to discuss how they want to hit this site, how they want to commit. They have to commit. There's 30 seconds left. They've lost all banana control. They've also given up. They don't even have a banana lurk as sort of like a fallback option, a consolation, an insurance policy, because all 5 of their players are over towards A. They pretty much have to commit A unless they make a last second rotation blind to what's happening on banana. But they don't have the time to discuss, okay, how are we actually hitting this site? So they kind of stumble through short. Now their funds are broken on the pistols, but the pistols are working. 3 deagle headshots. NAVI Junior look to get aggressive, to try and shut down, gain some momentum, gain some energy, and assert some dominance upon these pistoling players. But in doing so, they walk straight into the crosshairs of Viperio. Viperio being on pistols means that they might not have a set plan in play. They're not going to have utility out going for early map control. They're not going to be focused in their minds. Their thoughts aren't going to be focused on how they're actually going to hit the sites. Their thoughts are just, okay, I've got a pistol, let's see what we can find. meaning they're focused, they're a lot more attentive as to where their crosshairs are, meaning that aggression is held for. So NAVI Junior just give the fights up to Viperio, and Viperio secure a lead at the half with 2 rounds left. And now again, aggression from NAVI Junior, but this time Viperio hold for it with the rifles, and it's twofold. Zodi and Shine find 1 each. Dez looks to try and capitalise, but the NAVI Junior players are being picked apart like flies. Again with this man advantage, so common for we see Viperio slow things down. 5 versus 2. They sit and wait, gather information, just in case NAVI Junior give them anything, but also so as not to give NAVI Junior anything themselves. They find out that the A site is clear with a bit of a scouting party. Try to get this bomb planted, and NAVI Junior going to be looking to save. Which there's 1 round left in the half, and I'm pretty sure no matter what, NAVI Junior can buy next round. The only question is Sentry with the weaker money. He might be wanting to save, but Demon could certainly try to. I mean, it'd end up being a 1 versus 5 really if Demon attempted it. So he might as well invest his time and energy into helping Sentry keep this AWP alive. She wins the fight towards Shine. The Demon swings on the contact and takes away Dez. She could finish it off, and it is AWP removed. But Demon will be able to drop over a sniper. The AWP removed isn't of any impact. Again, like I said, they'll NAVI Junior able to buy it no matter what, as long as one of their players survived. One round and a half again. Phase smoke down towards the bottom of mid, but Viperio looking to pick up the pace here. It's a heavy, aggressive play in towards Banana. But NAVI Junior have 4 players themselves ready to counter, and it's traded the boost. Very quick boost, in fact, there from Zodi to get up on top of the half wall to find the opening pick, but it is equalised by the HE. And as soon as the dust settles Viperio out of there, they're setting their sights on this A site, which currently only has 1 defender in Sentry with this AWP. Posting. Ready for Switcher in towards Apps. Switcher going to take his time. He's on a peek too soon. Missed shot from Sentry. That was crucial. That kill could have been enough to hold the site, but it's not. It's missed. Instead, the defense crumbles. Even Krabeni in a 1 versus 3. Bomb not planted yet. He will creep his way in towards short, but Shine holds a lovely angle here. It won't be cleared. A 9-3 half to Viperio, looking very strong on this map. With the exception of the 3 rounds in a row from NAVI Junior, Viperio didn't miss a beat. Again, Inferno isn't the most amazing map for NAVI Junior. It's not super high in their map pool. Certainly higher than Mirage was for Viperio. Off the pistol round, Viperio starting on the CT side in this half. Bit of a jump spot in towards second mid for information. Doesn't receive anything. NAVI Junior wait for the timing to pounce in towards middle, and they accelerate fast in towards mid. It's sort of a delayed rush. Try and catch Viperio off guard with the poor timings, and Switcher completely caught off guard. So Shine not expecting a long sight hit, despite a smoke in the front of Grave. And Shadow spotted Demon. Dispatch of Zodi looks to find another one towards Dest. Eventually the multitude of bullets from the Julies will find a frag. That's it. One single frag. Viperio, NAVI Junior. I love that round. They don't have any noise towards mid. Or second mid. They sit and hold for any aggression in a firing squad at the bottom of mid, at the bottom of banana. Nothing comes, and then they just execute the rush. They sprint. They don't stop. They swarm the site. At the end of the day, the chances are, if the CT's on the pistol round of Inferno, if they're not getting aggressive, if they're not looking to take any map control, the likelihood is they're stacked, and more likely stacked towards B. It's much easier on A to get early information and call that rotate in. So they do just a delayed rush A. Now Viperio, full USPs are going to be stacking mid. That Molotov could be the dead giveaway of this being the likelihood. Therefore, Viperio choose to take the fights on their terms. They choose when the engagement happens. Issue is, NAVI Junior were already out apps. Coming through short. Catch Viperio not yet set up. Tactical pause now for the CT side. NAVI Junior winning that pistol. I've closed this scoreline. That's a third round buy for Viperio as opposed to NAVI Junior's fourth round. On the NAVI Junior's fourth round buy, they had plenty of utility to work with. But here, Viperio will be making some compromises. Well, I say some. We're compromising in the form of the FAMAS instead of the M4, so Zodi can get extra utility. I would like to see him buy an extra flash and drop that over if he hasn't already. He's got $250. Could drop that over to Scrimmo, then Scrimmo could have an extra flashbang. Oh, there is one on the floor, so I won't be surprised if he's done that himself. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at NAVI Junior. That's NAVI Junior who've dropped an extra flashbang over. Early HEs. Soften up these NAVI Junior players heavily. Again, as I mentioned before, it's weak utility for Viperio. They don't have the grenades to hold out banana for quite as long. I think that's why Scrimmo, who was over on A, he dropped all his util towards the B players. So they could buy time. Util much more valuable over on that B-bomb site. Smoke's thrown over towards long. See if it baits out a reaction for Viperio, and it does. Flash clear towards long. That should let NAVI Junior know that they're not playing towards mid. If that flash came in towards over library, NAVI Junior should now know that mid isn't being held. If mid's not being held, that means a fake more likely to be pulled, to be bit upon, but they make steps away too early, meaning their site setup isn't deterred, and Scrimmo mows down 3. Shine the 4th, leaving Sentry. 1 versus 4 does catch Des sprinting down banana. It'll be a save for him. But yeah, that round looked so promising for NAVI Junior. I loved how those smokes towards long identified, gave them the information, the reaction that was made by Viperio, that flash towards long. You now know that, okay, Viperio aren't holding long itself. They retook long with a flash. And if they retook long, that means they're not holding mid. If they're not holding mid, it's much easier for you to sell a fake over towards B because they don't have early info towards A. They're blind towards A. So you throw the utility, but they pounce just a little bit too soon. A second later, and maybe a Viperio player over towards A would have left and gone towards B to support. Either way, it would have been the long player, so I don't know if that would have made any of the differences. It was Scrimmo on the site who found the multi-frag. Realistically speaking, probably wasn't the difference. It's going to be aggressive here for, well, both sides towards B. Fighting behind the smoke, and Makaze just pops his head through and finds a triple kill through the edge of the smoke. Beautiful play. And that's it. That's round done. Like, you've killed not one, not two, but three B defenders. The two A players far away in rotation. No way that they can make it to the site in time without getting caught in too heavy of a fight. NAVI Jr. even hunting here. Butcher left in the pit on his own and fully blinded Demon will collect the kill. NAVI Jr. up to a 6th. Still trailing. But that trail will get shorter. As Viperio have just USPs. We saw them one with just pistols in the first half, but there was also Deagles, Tech 9s. We won't be seeing quite so many upgraded pistols on this buy round. Or rather on this investment. Good flash play from Viperio to isolate Makaze, catch a rifle, but the issue is the entire time NAVI Jr. was setting their sights over towards A. The A site now cleared, guaranteed with that information Makaze gathered. And Krebenny's actually lost the fight against the USP. Will be traded, however. Not a man advantage for Viperio. Make it twofold. The AK does some work, but the time ticking, no kit in play. Couple AKs if they can catch the Uggs, but no. That kill probably seals the round. Scrimmo wins that engagement. Then it's a 1 versus 3. They can swarm sentry on the site. Nowhere for him to run, but instead, Viperio have to fall. They try and save these 2 rifles. Help their economy out a little bit. And it's kind of needed, right? Shine and Scrimmo don't have the switches, to be honest, have the most amount of money to get utility. They won't have full belts. They might miss the odd grenade or kits. This allows them to get everything. Allows Zodi to drop over an AWP to Shine, make sure that that's in play without sacrificing any utility on Zodi to get that one out. The only thing really missing is some grenades on Shine. I do want to see Shine find a little bit more impact with this AWP here on this CT side. I believe this might be the first time he's actually got it out in this half. And we know it's a map that he individually is comfortable on with the AWP. Or at least has a lot of reps on. If he likes it or not. NAVI Jr. set themselves up for a very quick set piece. They've identified that this A site defense is weakened and they've managed to push back Scrimmo, leaving Switcher, the lone defender on this A site, holding solo from the mini pit, and he won't even get one, and that's it. Surely. Without even having long, the option for this retake is simply not on for Viperio. They're going to try and save. Krebenny not even going to let Shine do that. Scrimmo sprint around to pick up that AWP. Gap closing to 2. Viperio still able to invest with those saved weapons. But again, it's these fast pounces, mostly towards this A site from NAVI Jr., which are catching Viperio off guard. Again, it's such a tentative style of play from Viperio. Again, NAVI Junior, they take B control for free, uncontested. They have Banana. Krebeni gets in front of this retake utility to great success. So he finds one, but Dez answers back with two before Krebeni can silence him with a HE. 2 for 2 trade, and that's the B-bomb site open for business. In the meantime, Demon has lurked all the way out mid. This is such aggression from NAVI Junior, such dominance. Viperio constantly on the back foot. The bomb picked up for Ziog. 2 versus 2. They know Switcher last spotted towards Apps. Worst case scenario, Shine is somewhere nearby, which he is. Towards Ruins, but the bomb will be planted regardless. Given an info play, but they walk straight in towards Shine's crosshair. Ziog's not comfortable defending that site on his own. Well, I say on his own, but defending that site in the 2-on-2. But he was the high HP player. That leaves Krebeni alone. 1 versus 2, 15 points of health. He's going to hear where they're retaking from. Takes time to peek. Catches off Shine. Time ticking down. Goes for the peek. Switcher wins the duel. And with the kit, will secure that defuse. Here get themselves up to 11. Get a little bit hairy there in the mid-round. NAVI Junior, they're winning most of their fights across the map, right? They're struggling to not succeed in the early rounds when it comes to fighting for map control, but that's kind of baited them into getting very scrappy. Because like they win the fights on B, they win the fights on A, they take map control B, they take map control A. So they did them that round there, they did it both at the same time pretty much. They went 2 for 2 over to B. And they found time into capture rotation on towards A. But because they're so split up, because they're not actually set up to close out the round, they're not all on the same page in terms of how they're actually going to finish it. They're kind of piecing the puzzle together as they go. Left them open to be picked off. Switcher catching the rotation, puts it into the 2-on-2, and a bit of a misplay in that post plant from Ziogs. Sort of hangs Krebeni out to dry. Viperio close in on taking us to a third. Again, it's got Banana taken for free. Krebeni early, fast, and so quick that he's ready to try and react. The same thing again, tries to get in front of their retake utility, catch them as they're throwing it, not expecting him to be so far forward, but this time they expect it. You can't fool them twice. They catch Krebeni and Makaze, giving Viperio 2-man advantage to work with. Ready to get themselves up onto map point. Oh, that'd be a juicy HE. Not juicy as I thought, but does soften Sentry up heavily. Switcher now just having to anchor that pit. Mollied off. Will be punished by Ziogs. That breaks apart the potential crossfire. Shine unscopes. That lands the shot on the second scope. Now Scrimmo to try and defend the site. It's just Demon 1 versus 4. Scrimmo holds strong in the back of the site. Double kill for him. Viperio get themselves up to 12. Now, that round is heavily important. Not just because it gets Viperio 1 round away from taking us to a third, but because of the economic situation of NAVI Junior. Losing 2 rounds in a row, they're now on a very scrappy investment. They have to buy. Nothing to save for. They have to invest in every single round from this point onwards, even if it is just this one. So they're going to be working with 2 Galils, 1 singular AK, with a Tech 9 and a Deagle to see if they can get the utility to make this work. And again, Viperio, they play passive towards Banana, and passive towards B itself, towards CT and Coffins. But that means that NAVI Junior take it for free. Viperio, however, don't lose any players trying to defend Banana. It's going to be a quick pop. Well-timed Molotov forces them through. A good flash. Des the most down 2. Zodi can't quite control the spray. Will be a 1-man advantage for Viperio. Make it equalise. Des Overzealous with that spray through the smoke, punished by Krabeni. And Makazi also overzealous. You just got yourself a 3 versus 3 and he sprinted through the smoke in towards ruins. Giving Viperio man advantage back. Now their utility, the noise that's being made by NAVI Junior should allow Viperio to piece together how this site is being defended. They can set themselves up for a retake with information. They're not blind as to what setup is in play. Right towards CT, it's enough to cause Krabeni to turn around, but he wins the fight, finds the headshot, and that's when Sentry activates. Now just Scrimmo. Sentry opts to just play for time, tucks as far back in that corner as possible. Krabeni tries to slow Scrimmo down with a bit of spam, keep him distracted. The round will win. The round will be won for NAVI Junior. Despite finding Viperio finding the 2 opening picks. I mean, Des gets a double kill, but then Zodi massively whiffs a spray. Trying to capitalise on the chaos. Des with the man advantage tries to go for a spam. Not needed. You've got the man advantage. Why risk giving it up? And Viperio squeeze out what little they have left for this investment. Single saved AK for Scrimmo. Shine. Orp back in play. But again, we've not really seen him have any impact with this sniper rifle yet. Barely saw anything from it on Mirage. I think we've yet to really see him find any opening kills or any multi-frags or any crucial re-aggression with the sniper rifle here on Inferno. In the meantime, NAVI Junior, they've taken a lot of map control. They've got mid, they've got all of Banana, including top Banana at that. They'll set their sights towards long, but there's 2 players lying in wait. This is red from Viperio, but can they hold successfully? No, missed shot from Shine. He goes down, and Scrimmo is traded 2 for 1, leaving Switcher the lone defender of this A site once again, this time with only an MP9 to defend, and he's been spotted. Tucked in towards Dark, goes for the swing, and he will fall. Zodi and Dest have no choice but to save here with a 2 versus 4. Makazi, B-Lurk, sent hunting. Catches Zodi, just Dest. With a single M4. Viperio do not have any funds left. Anything they save will be useful. NAVI Junior know this. They don't have much money either, but the economy not quite so fragile on that T side. Compared to the CT, they want to remove every rifle possible, and they will. Will cost them some players. It won't be a profitable round for NAVI Junior, but it will be costly, more so for Viperio. NAVI Junior now primed to try and take us to overtime. They should, in theory, be able to manage these pistols with relative ease. And they'll be looking at a 12-11, just 1 round to play for, really. Especially if that HE's got anything to say for it. Simple control for NAVI Junior, methodically working Banana, letting their utility do clearing for them. They can set themselves up for a simple execution. They've got no information towards A. Even if Viperio piece together this puzzle and stack this B-bomb site, if NAVI Junior do a good enough execution, clinical as possible, then there's nothing really Viperio can do. That smoke might make it a little bit more difficult because the time ticks down. Oh yes, realistically it doesn't make too much of a difference because there still will be enough time for NAVI Junior to hit this site. As the time ticks down, there's a little bit more pressure, and if there's more pressure, mistakes are more likely to come out. They're going to be throwing this execution. They've kind of pieced together the puzzle, and they're just going to be sprinting towards A. This is a good read from NAVI Junior. It's a gamble because as far as they're aware, it could have just been multiple smokes dropped towards that B bomb site, but it's not. It is a stack behind those smokes, and they've decided last minute to hit this A bomb site with 14 seconds left. The bomb is planted. If there was a stack, right, it is a possibility that if Viperio played that round to the next level, they had multiple smokes over towards B, kept B smoked, and stacked 4 players towards A. They could have just dropped all those smokes, right? And NAVI Junior could have ended on 14 seconds left hitting that A bomb site with stacked players. But no, they read it well. To find the correct answer. Will be an AK picked up there from Dest. And Kevlar saved, so that'll be some alleviation of pressure as far as the funds are concerned. Viperio take one last tactical pause. They need to make sure that they get this last round right. They can convert their map pick to a victory. Otherwise, we'll be going to overtime. And with the momentum that NAVI have been building across this map, slowly looked more and more in control of this game. Bear in mind, this was a 6-0 start for Viperio. 6-0. Since then, it's been 11-6. Viperio don't have that momentum. They don't have that start. That benefit. They know that the advantage leans heavily in NAVI Junior's favour, so Viperio need to make sure they can convert that start before it goes to even footing, before it goes to 12-12. This is their last chance to do it. Full investment. No, Orr can play for Shine again. Not really found too much impact, so he's prioritising the utility so he can support his teammates, take map control. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the top of Banana. The boost prevails for 1. NAVI Junior happy with that engagement, happy with thinning the herd of the CTs at the cost of only one of their players. They now set their sights over towards A. Well-timed smokes keep NAVI Junior at bay for now. Viperio have somewhat of a read here. They do have the rotation coming in from Zodi. But because of how fresh that mid-smoke is, because the time is ticked down, they know that their play, that reaction that NAVI Junior had to react towards A, that information has expired. The opportunity has expired. So they're resetting. Looking to make sure that B has been pushed back. Demon staying with the bomb here towards App, so that does indicate where their end goal may lie. And throwing a little bit of a fake over towards B, hoping to see if they can pull a rotate, but no one is biting yet for Viperio. They still have 2 players lying in wait. Switcher, and is in a great spot to try and counter this App's hit. They walk into his crosshair, only good for 1. Ziug's a strong trade, but that's the bomb spotted. Not only is the bomb spotted, it's the bomb retrieved for the CTs. They have it on the balcony, in their hands. Quick rotation, 25 seconds left as NAVI Junior sprint up towards short. Zodi and Shine hold down from the pit with strength. Krabeni now left 1 versus 2. Still got to recover that bomb, which is at the top of the balcony. Even if he finishes off Zodi here or Shine here, which he will. Okay, the bomb was actually a mini pit, so he's picked it up. But Des just waiting for the timing. Know that at the end of the day, he just has to play for the round win. Catches the bomb. Or catches Krabeni, the planter. And we'll get him in the side of the head. Viperio will take victory. 12, or rather 13 to 11. I don't know why Dest is holding on the defuse. There we go. We'll go through. 13, 11. We'll be going to a third deciding map. But that was a close one, right? That was Inferno, a very strong map for Viperio. It's their preferred map and one which NAVI Junior don't have too much reps on it, right? So it's not one of their favourite maps, and it still went 13-11. NAVI Junior certainly having the momentum towards the end of that game. But let's see who will take Nuke after a quick 10-minute break. Welcome back to the final map of the day here in United21 Season 20. In the middle of Viperio versus NAVI Junior. You can see at the top right hand of your screen is currently 1-1. NAVI Junior won their map pick of Mirage 13-8, and a very close game on Inferno saw Viperio just about taking it 13-11. Here on Nuke, we are going to have the knife round as a decider. See who starts on what side, and Nuke is the most CT-sided map in the pool. It's quite important to see who starts on what side, so it'll be important to see who wins this, and by the looks of things, it will be NAVI Junior getting that advantageous decision of choosing what side to start on. Now, a reminder for the stakes that are at play for this best of 3 series. This is a lower bracket round 1 game, meaning the loser is eliminated and finishes this season top 8. The winner continues their path in the lower bracket. Now, NAVI Junior are the current reigning champions of United21. They didn't even touch the lower bracket last season, whereas now they're facing potential elimination. We're just 1 map away here already in the first round of playoffs. Viperio on the other side of things, they've been scratching, clawing at the opportunity to make a playoff run in United21. They've not been very successful recently at all. But maybe they have an opportunity here, and what an opportunity it would be, especially if they take down the reigning champions of NAVI Junior. Kicking off the pistol round. Going to be a bit of a lobby default here for Viperio, listening out for any potential steps, just in case any of the NAVI Junior players drop on towards the top of Hut, but they're not dropping on top, they're going inside. Krabeni finds the first with the Julies. It's a lobby crunched, a bit delayed from NAVI Junior. Well orchestrated, leaving Switcher and Shine 2 versus 4. Switcher isolated on the site. Shine can't really join him. Instead, the 3 players go for a swing. They heard Shine's steps and they react quickly to take him down, leaving Switcher stuck on the site, out of bullets, overwhelmed. Body shots from Sentry. NAVI Junior will get the pistol round on that CT side in the bag. Not only that, they deny the bomb plant for Viperio. They don't get that $600 investment. It means the opportunity to go for a force buy is not likely. We saw earlier this morning the game of Anonymo versus Hymo. Hymo in this scenario just went force buy after force buy on their T side, despite not getting the bomb plant on Nuke. Viperio got to be a little bit more measured in their approach. For a full eco, not $1 invested. Just going to be creeping in towards ramp, currently locked off behind this smoke. Xiao's the lone defender, keeping his distance at range, and he will just line them up with the A1S. Good for 3, goes for the swing with the Julies, but eventually will be punished. But Sentry comes in for the trade on clean-up duty. Will be a quick second round for NAVI Junior. Round number 3, we see the AKs come out for Viperio. Full utility on either side. Benny and Demon keeping their lesser weapons of the MP9 and the FAMA. Zodi making a little bit of noise towards the top of silo. Turns back instantly to pick up the bomb. Switcher given the responsibility of being the lobby lurk on his own. Hold it down, but NAVI Junior slowly posturing their way in for a crunch here. 1 towards Hut, 1 towards door, 2 towards ramp. Switcher tries to take a fight on his terms, and he's successful. Finds Demon. And he threads the needle through this crunch in towards the A-bomb site. But, oh, and even pivots around. A bit of a missed spray there from Krabeni on that MP9 on a low HP Switcher. He will fall. 3 versus 2, man advantage. For Viperio, traded 1 for 1 as Zeox comes down the vent, leaving Sentry 1 versus 2. Outs himself. Here's the door open, goes to the swing. Zodi will win the fight. First round on the board for Viperio. Beautifully played from Switcher to navigate through that lobby crunch. I'm not sure if he heard the steps or got some information based off of the lack of presence outside. But takes the fight in towards Hut on his terms. As soon as he hears a step of reaction off of his kill, realises that, okay, they're crunching lobby and there's no follow-up through hut. He's got a free pathway to the side and even finds a second. It's a weak force buy now for NAVI Junior. Not had time to establish a strong economy. So going to be working with very weak utility. 2 Thamuses, 2 M4s, only a 5-7 on Makaze. Outside smokes thrown. Viperio, the diagonal ones, allows them to creep in towards Secret. Makaze lies in wait with the 5-7 where he finds 2 before falling. Fortunately, it is traded back in equal measure. I believe those 2 players actually towards Secret, so decent trade out. Demon holding, tucked in towards the hut, catches Switcher on that lobby lurk, setting himself up for an A site here, and Demon gets himself to a deep tucked position in towards the lobby, top of the shelf, above the ladder. Meantime, Zodi and Dest have silently crept in towards this A-bomb site. They don't want to risk planting straight away. They're going to allow Dest to try and clear the angle, get some information, guarantees and spots where Demon is playing from. Zodi just says, look, I'm on a 1 versus 3. I can guarantee the bomb plant here. That's $600 per player. Gives them some economic respite. Realises that the round win is pretty much out of the question. If he can at least help the economy out, he will. But NAVI Junior convert on the force buy. Off of 2 kills with the 5-7, the weakest weapon they had. Good mid-round reactions as well from Demon. Taking out Switcher. Viperio with that extra $600 gives them this opportunity to go for a force buy. A couple rifles bought up. Zodi falls. It's a top site pop. They're looking to try and get down the vent, but they're being blocked right now. Grabeni looks to try and come in on the flank, and he is successful. Good for 1, but it's quickly traded. 2 players have fallen for Viperio trying to get to this lower site, and they've only found 1 kill in response, but they have got this bomb planted. Oh, but Zeuggs finds the kill towards Scrimmo with the flames. 2 versus 3 as Makaze's rotation is caught. Bomb is planted open for single door and potentially double as well. But Dez has been dealt with. Shine now in the clutch scenario, spots the head, but will be traded. NAVI Junior more than enough time on the defuse even without the kit. Force buy doesn't work out for Viperio, but loss bonus built up and that bomb plant gives them some extra pocket change to get pistols and Kevlar. See if they can go for an all-in play somewhere. Try and swarm with these pistols. And try and snowball, pick up a couple of rifles. It's going to be another top site hit. Looking to try and get down that vent. Grabeni blocking inside the smoke. The HE blows open the smoke. It's disaster for Viperio. Again, that's 2 rounds in a row where they've struggled bumping up against one another to try and get down that vent. Unsuccessful. Last time they at least got down, albeit costly. This time they didn't even get down at all. See a tactical pause coming out for Viperio. Go for another investment. See what Viperio have in mind now for this next buy round. After a tactical pause. Again, it seems to be heavy of a lobby set up here. NAVI trying to counter with lobby presence of their own, but they don't find much fruit initially, but it's a quick trade coming off. Zeugs comes in with 2. Man advantage now for NAVI Junior. Viperio were setting themselves up for a set piece, but they were holding, waiting for that aggression. It comes through. They get the first 2 kills, but then they collapse. Done a decent amount of damage to Krebeni. It's the next point of contact here outside. He's going to be tucking himself into a very dangerous angle. Question is, will he be cleared? Yes, he will, but the shadow angle is too strong. It's good for 1. Gets information on the second. Now Zodi 1 versus 2. Got to try and isolate these fights. He's going to creep around the edge of the smoke, see if he can catch Sentry off guard. But Sentry seems aware it's a possibility, but it doesn't matter. Zeugs comes in on the flank. NAVI Junior will get their 6th. Looking far more comfortable on this map. Viperio, though, while they do have, evidently have some sort of a playbook, they've got these set pieces, their executions aren't quite there. They're being disrupted. Their overall mid-rounding as well. I mean, I say they're mid-rounding. Their mid-rounds, for the most part, have been in man disadvantages. Losing these opening engagements, NAVI Junior are finding a lot of picks. Now they set their sights towards ramp with this half buy. Or rather, semi-eco, pistols and Kevlar. Well, time smoke from Zeugs keeps them at bay. Krebeni well timed, finds Zodi. Now that should be information that Viperio can work with. Krebeni's the outside rifler. If he's not outside, he's in towards main. That means it's going to be a heavy top site setup. They do not want to hit the top site right now. They're going to be forced in towards ramp. The issue is there's 2 players here. The time ticks down. They're just going to sit and wait for now in case NAVI Junior give anything up. But we've seen this time and time again. Every time Viperio play a slow round, NAVI Junior know it. They know that's all that they're hoping for. They'll let that clock tick down. Won't give you anything. And now they get ready to pop towards the ramp. Good flash, pushes off Sentry, but Zeugs, beautiful transfer to find 3. Finds the 4th as well. Whipping out the USP. Will mop them all up. Lovely hold from NAVI Junior. Cherry on top with the triple spray down. But Zeugs, albeit against pistols. Another buy round comes out for Viperio. Again, the question is, what can they do right now? They're constantly consolidating their efforts all together. It's 5-man Counter-Strike that they're really playing. Now they do a bit of outside presence for once, but it's being countered. NAVI Junior see this coming a mile away. So they have a 2, in fact a 3-man setup if you include Krebeni spamming outside, and the takedown desperate. There's no trade behind it because Viperio are playing such 4-man Counter-Strike here. Now they go for a set piece. It's red. They get sprayed down. Zeugs, who's the ramp player, is already in towards heaven. It just leaves Shine in a 1 versus 5. You won't even be able to find a single kill. This is looking very dire for Viperio. The style that they're playing, it's constantly just 4-man CS. In 4-man CS, when you've got the likes of NAVI Junior who are working really well with information, it just gets red. If Viperio split up, do a bit more of somewhat of a default, work some more outside control, maybe a 3-2, go 2 in towards lobby to react. Because they're whenever they do something that's to sort of play with rotations, to work with information, to give them extra options. It's only ever a lurker. It's only ever someone on their own. That last round, it was Dez solo towards outside. Meaning, even if he gets one there, he's going to get traded if there's a setup in play, which NAVI Junior right now, they're playing well enough to always have their backs covered, always have a trade in play. And again, it's 4-1 from Viperio. I want to see some more 3-2. Dez taking point outside. Smokes. Have called a rotation. A beautiful shot from Switcher. What they needed. Find the opening, pick up the rifle. AK now in the hands of Scrimo. Krabeni locked in towards this lower site. Paranoid about the potential of a flank, but Makaze's come down to hold his single. Krabeni then activates, finds another. And this is just looking so flat and lifeless from Viperio. Even when they get that kill, even when it's a beautiful shot from Switcher, gets them an opening engagement. They set their sights on the lower site, but then what they're doing, they're just floundering around. Okay, what part of the map control are we taking? Are we taking double or are we not? They kind of just freeze. It's almost like they're stuttering. Tripping over themselves. It's like they've decided to hit the B-bomb site. They've committed. They've already got Scrimo in towards the double, but there's no plays with him. There isn't any trade potential with Scrimo. There isn't any trade potential with anyone else. Now Viperio take a tactical timeout. I'm hoping they're realising that they need to be a lot more decisive in these mid-rounds. Not only that, but the early rounds. The early rounds are so readable. NAVI Junior gathering the information. Viperio need to be throwing more misdirection at them, and not just a single lurker, because NAVI Junior are figuring that out. When it's a single lurker, the lurker is trying to make presence, and they end up walking into contact and going down without a trade. And there we go, a bit more of a spread default. Trying to allow Shine with this AWP to find a pick in towards lobby. 2 towards outside, 3 towards lobby, but Makaze getting aggressive. How have they not reacted to his shots? Maybe because he had an AK, but he's going to find 2. Shine then activates. It's 3 versus 3. Shine in an awkward spot. Zodi has managed to take down Makaze in a beautiful shot from Shine. Finally, in this best of 3 series, he starts to activate with this AWP. But that's what I'm talking about. You have that 3-2. You can set yourself up a little bit more aggressively. There's trade potential. It's no longer a pack and a lurk. It's 2 groups operating. Well, because they're still groups, they have the freedom to operate independently while still being able to work together across the map simultaneously. Well, that round, it was kind of some aggression from Makaze, and because he had the AK, they thought, oh, maybe that's my teammate spamming, but it wasn't. That was a CT. He gets 2, but it's trying recovering things, but it's some more aggression. Scrimo holds strong, good for 1. Towards ramp. They know that he's not normally the lobby lurk. They know that Switcher is the dedicated lobby player. He's crept his way out towards Squeaky. Or outside of Squeaky to the vent. He's managed to sneak his way down, and he's done so silently. Question is, how do NAVI Junior react to these outside smokes? Not going to be baited to drop down because they've got the utility to gather information outside. They can blow open these smokes, meaning, okay, we've not seen anything outside. Why would we rotate down just yet? There you go. Player spotted. Shots fired. Krabeni actually goes down, and Switcher, there we go, catches that rotation on the lower site. Now Viperio have that advantage. They can start the trade out. Makaze in a 1 versus 3. Bomb going to be planted. Catches the low HP Switcher holding the vent, but that's now his location revealed. Shine and Zodi can set themselves up accordingly. angle here from Zodi, or from Shine, sorry. We'll find the frag. It will be a third round for Viperio, a 9-3 scoreline. Viperio figuring out their faults perhaps a little bit too late. But we'll see if that is truly the case as they swap over to the favourable side of Nuke. That CT side, we'll see if their CT side is any better. Again, it's sort of that 3-2 Counter-Strike is what we wanted to see them play. They're able to push and pull and misdirect much more easily rather than in 4-1. 4-1, Navi Junior had way too easy a job identifying who was a lurk and who was the pack. Virginia setting their sights towards this top site. Bit of presence made from Makaze in towards main, and they burst in towards A. They identify that Dez playing solo towards the Tetris, but it's a quick reaction coming in through the ramp. A 4-man push. Man advantage still for Navi Junior. Slowly falls, leaving Shine 1 versus 3. Got Kevlar on his back, which has some value. And Krabeni will remove it. Double digits now for Navi Junior, just 3 rounds away from knocking out Viperio. Viperio going to have to go for this force buy with such a disparate lead. Trailing behind by 7 rounds. Navi Junior only needing 3. Viperio invest with 4 MP9s, 1 Scout. Navi Junior met with a little resistance outside. Going for a quick A wrap. Splitting in through main. The reaction for the A site defenders is to make their way in towards Hut. Try and go for a lobby crunch, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the bomb is planted. Shine Scout is going to find Ziyugs. That's a pretty big frag to find. As it puts Navi Junior in a bit of a compromised post plant. Benny just trying to hold down main. It's a bit of a firing squad, actually. They know that that's the first point of contact. Good for 1. Zodi tries another. Switcher. Going to mow down 2. It leaves Makazi, but the time ticking. There's no kit in play. That's it. Simple. Navi Junior win. By virtue of no time to defuse. Switcher just has to try and hunt down Makazi. It will be an 11th. The force buy doesn't work out for Viperio, but this round, again, they have to go for another force. Which give them an extra round loss bonus. Just a little bit more invested. Or investment available, should I say. Difference being here, instead of that 4th MP9, it's an M4. And a little bit more utility. Nice HE made use of. Demon down to 57 points of health. Again, it'll be a quick execution towards the outside, looking to wrap towards CT. A 1-for-1 trade, Switcher falls towards the back of main. Reaction from Viperio. Again, they lose outside. Again, they try and crunch lobby. Ziyugs trying to hold down on his own. Messy spray on the Mac-10, and he won't even be good for 1 this time. Man advantage now for Viperio, and they have the information. Lobby clear. Shine holds strong towards ramp with the Scout. Picking off these Navi Junior players. 1-for-1 trade coming in towards the top side, leaving Krebeni on his own. But the MP9 from Zodi finds a double. Viperio take their first round on the CT side, with 3 surviving and 3 rifles also picked up. NAVI Junior, they themselves now forcing up after a 3rd round break. Take 9s. A little bit of Kevlar. Default 1-2-3 smokes. Allows Krebeni to get down towards Secrets. Bought this rotation for Switcher. Fortunately, Shine can cover the ramp and spots the information of the 4 players getting ready to pop. Switcher running out of bullets on this M4A1S, and he's not able to convert any of the frags. So that means an M4 picked up for NAVI Junior, as well as a man advantage, as well as the B-bomb site. HG not quite enough to finish off Zeogs. Viperio set themselves up for this retake. All 4 players coming in through the ramp, but they're currently smoked off on the one side. Being held at bay by utility, by flashes. It's a narrow choke point exposed to multiple angles. Smoke try and keep here at bay. The time is ticking. They do have 2 kits, but their health low. They've still got to clear out all these hiding spots, and there you go. They all fall to Tech 9s. NAVI Junior with pistols and armor get themselves up onto map match and series point here. Viperio, just as they win 1 round, despite having 3 players surviving with rifles, losing the next means it's a very weak force buy. 2 pharmacies, 1 M4, 5.7, scout, next to no utility. He's going to get himself in a very forward angle, but fully blinded, fully flashed. That M4 doesn't find any impact whatsoever. Shine with the scout, looking to see if he can find some long-range shots with this lesser sniper, but instead he'll only receive. The Switcher with the Famas is able to do some damage, finds 2, equalises it into a 3-on-3 before being traded. Man advantage maintained for NAVI Junior. They're being picked apart. Scrimo will eventually fall, and there you have it, 13-4 on Nuke. A dominant map 3 from NAVI Junior. And I have to say again, just very late adaptation made from Viperio when on that T side things just weren't going well for them. When they were going for these set pieces, they're playing 5-man Counter-Strike, 4-1 was the most they were splitting up, and it just made it so easy for NAVI Junior to read exactly what was going on. They'd figure out who was the lurk, dispatch of them, at best they'd be traded, and then you just focus on the stack, knowing that Viperio play very slow once they've been figured out. It took them too long to start going 3-2, too long to start playing a bit more aggressive across more of the map, and eventually they do fall, and that means Viperio have been knocked out of United21 in top 8. NAVI Junior progressed through in the lower bracket to the lower bracket semi-final. Now, tomorrow we're going to have some upper bracket semi-final games, so we're going to be seeing who will make it to that upper final. Some very exciting games coming for you tomorrow. Make sure to check them out early in the morning again. That's been all from us today, so thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.